Hello and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy podcast channel. My name is Jed. How's it going? We have been exploring the natural law. Last episode was a banger. We used analogy to explore the root theme behind all analogy, or the archetypal analogy, to do with rulership. As a shepherd rules his sheep, so too a king his people, so too a doctor his patients. And then we asked, how far does it go? Does it apply to a pharmacist and his customers? Does it apply to a shopkeeper and his customers? Now we saw that there are some relationships that do apply and some don't. Oh, and another key one, a thief, or the thief, leader of the thieves and his gang of thieves. Does the analogy still apply? Then we looked at what is involved in actual rulership. And we saw for it to be an art, there requires knowledge. Well, requires there to be a subject to be ruled, knowledge of the particular skill, balloons. What else did we see? There has to be an ideal within that field. There has to be some kind of excellence related to that ideal and field. And the ruler has to use the knowledge of those things to judge that ideal compared to where the subject is, to make a diagnosis, and then a prescription of what they have to go through, the activities that they have to go through in order to close that gap between where they are and the ideal. So we learned what art was, and we reflected on how art is taught currently in our society. Art is all relative. If you want to nail a banana to a wall, then that's art, so they say. Compared to what is the true definition of art? Now we have a myth that encapsulates this. The myth of Prometheus. Prometheus stole from Zeus fire and arts. In stealing those two things, he was able to save mankind. Why is that? Well, we had to understand what an art was. That the application of that skill in a masterful way, using that knowledge of the ideal to benefit the subject only. That's key. When a doctor makes prescriptions based not on the benefit of the subject, but his own benefit, we call that malpractice. What kind of a world would it be if all of the people who have rulership, all of the shepherds, all of the doctors, all of the ship captains, all of the mechanics, only worked in their interests and used their position of power, having subjects that choose to follow them because they expect to benefit? They manipulate that to exploit them for their own benefit. What kind of a world would that be in? What kind of a world would that be? Where we couldn't trust anyone. We couldn't rely on anyone. Anyone with any skill would use it to harm people for their own personal gain. The whole world would fall apart. Now, at the time of the recording, there's a new Some More News episode on YouTube that showed that Elon Musk, the capitalist, someone who claims rulership over the resources, not with a knowledge, not with an intent to benefit the subjects, but to only benefit himself, functioning through belief, along with the leader of Project 2025. What's that guy's name? Oh, I should get his name. Right, I believe it's Russell Voigt. Who was calling the shots? Elon Musk, Russell Voigt, decided to start something called Doge. Elon Musk, the Nazi. Russell Voigt, the self-proclaimed Christian nationalist. So again, what are the three areas where we still allow belief to rule? Capitalism. These guys have all the money. Religion. They claim to speak for Jesus and the one true religion. And conservatism. They are conservatives. They're working with Donald Trump. Cut a whole bunch of services that directly led to the death of, I think it was something like 5 million people in the last year, or since Doge was founded. 2/3 of which have been children, because they don't care about the people they are claiming to have rulership over, because they're Nazis. They're religious, conservative, capitalist, fascists. That is true for them. That will always be true. That's a principle. Any religion, anyone who's claiming rulership by belief and not from expertise, due to knowledge of an ideal, an understanding of how to implement that ideal to diagnose a difference from the ideal and where the subject is at, and how to prescribe a remedy that they go through, that they willingly go through, but also a kind of a rational future, a rational prophecy, to be able to see into the future of how they will go as they go through that prescribed remedy, so they can guide them, make adjustments as they go through the prescription. So a kind of rational prophecy. So, willfully and gleefully scamming everyone on our planet, killing millions and millions of innocent people, all because we allow believers to be in charge, and we haven't nailed down what is required for an art. On the other side of the coin, because we have art, we can say, oh, this is a universal standard or the natural law. So what we need to do is, according to what we read last time, anybody who has claimed rulership over subjects and have not acted in the benefit of their subjects but for themselves need to be brought in front of an international court and tried for injustice against the natural law. So our study of analogy has helped us to uncover the natural law. That is, when someone claims rulership over others, they need knowledge of an ideal and to use that knowledge and skill to benefit the subject only. That's what it means to have an art. So art isn't all relative to whatever you want it to be, my truth. Rulership isn't relative to belief. And the old catchphrase we might have heard, knowledge is power, is the exact opposite of the truth. Knowledge isn't power. Knowledge is of an ideal within a subject used to benefit the knowledge is of an ideal and excellence within a field used to benefit the subject. That's what knowledge is. That's what knowledge is. That's what art is. That's what rulership entails. And then we were asked to do a ranking, a hierarchical ranking from the ruler of a gang of thieves, to a shopkeeper, to a pharmacist, to a doctor, to a ship captain, to a king. do a ranking of the which of these arts have a higher kind of knowledge. What has a higher kind of knowledge of a higher kind of ideal? As well as which have some relationships of their sets. Like, for example, a shepherd cares for his sheep. So too, a doctor cares for his patient. Does a shopkeeper care for his customer? So which relationships apply to which specific terms, and can you come up with a theory of why? After ranking all of the arts, by the way, if you're interested in studying something, or you're learning something, or you've had an interest in something, now's a good time to pick it up again. Now that you have understood, oh, hang on a second. The aim of studying anything is to turn it into an art. The more you develop, the more that experience you have, and the more that you learn, you develop your idea of the ideal. So there's a development of that ideal. And as you practice that art, the goal is to benefit those who listen, or who view, or who engage, whoever are the subjects of that specific art. So now you've got a good reason to go back to any interest you've had and pick it up with this idea of art in mind. Seek the excellence or the mastership of that field. That will give you a way of testing everything we learn about here in philosophy. It will also give you an opportunity to uncover the other thing. The two things we're here to do: master understanding. Now we have more of an understanding of what that entails, but also surface our unsuspected false beliefs that function to get in the way of that excellence. Therefore, as the Oracle tells us, this one?
You're not going to magically force someone to want.
No, this one.
When you're in a state of wanting to improve, you start perceiving all of the problems.
That's it. When you have this as your standard that you are improving towards, you have what you need to perceive the problems or surface the unsuspected false beliefs or pathologos, blocks to your logos, that you're here to address, that are the cause of your problems. Oh, hey, welcome, hooray. Thanks for joining. To you we say,
come on, baby.
Come on, baby, apparently. My soundboard is random, so don't get upset at me if they are inappropriate.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Thank you. Thanks for joining. So, as we have discovered, this understanding of what's involved in an art is the natural law. If any species does not adhere to it, we suffer what we see with Doge and the Nazis and the religious fascists and the conservative fascists and the capitalist fascists, killing millions and millions and millions of innocent people, racing us to human extinction. But if we do follow the natural law, mythologized by Prometheus, we can see that anyone with rulership has to follow this. That is, not exploit the subjects relying on you, but benefit them. We accept that for doctors. We accept that for mechanics. We also have to accept it for the last holdouts: politicians, capitalists, and religion. The last areas where people can claim rulership by their own stupid fucking beliefs. This is true for any species. So we may or may not learn this in time for us to turn ourselves around and avoid extinction, but because this is a natural law, it is universally true. So you can still spend the time that you have on this planet to learn it, to practice it, to see through it, to nurture it into your soul, because it's a kind of learning that you can take with you anywhere. It always is the case. Any culture, any reincarnation, any galaxy, this will hold. So, interesting. And as is for the species, as above, so below. So too for our soul. Therefore, we have to bring ourselves in front of a court for breaking the natural law. When have you listened to or ruled yourself according to belief, not benefiting your soul, your self-development, and instead seeking to benefit what? The family belief tradition. So, as you set that standard, pick up whatever it was that you put down, or continue pursuing whatever it is that you're interested in, so long as it's a subject that has understanding involved. There is like intelligibility within it. There's like parts and structure and things that you can learn. Pick it up with this standard of art or mastery or excellence, giving you an opportunity to test your development of understanding and surface your own injustice. Surface the clues about your own tyrannical, belief-based ruler of yourself and soul, based on a false image of yourself that you don't even know you have, because it's just obvious or common sense that you are here to surface. So, testing out your understanding, surfacing the clues so you can discover the belief you're here to discover. As is for every individual, so too for society. That's our standard. We have to demand anyone in any rulership position to have this standard, and all those who haven't been doing so, all of the corrupt grifters and scammers, are not hard to see. They have the bombs, they have all the money, and they carry a Bible, often do a Nazi salute or some variation of, and say, and wave a flag. Very, very obvious, the believers. For breaking the natural law. That's our next stage of evolution. Necessarily. Pretty wild book, hey? So this idea that it's all relative isn't just flowers and sunshine or a friendly fireside chat. This idea of everything being relative is the root cause or the root false belief for millions and millions and millions of people being murdered by these capitalist, religious, nationalist fascists. It's the root cause of our extinction. So when you hear somebody say, well, it's my truth. Ugh. That's not something nice and pleasant and to be ignored. That's the root cause of all of our problems. If everything is relative, if that's your truth, then you're an expert because you have knowledge of the truth, even if it's just made up, without the elements required for actual mastership and benefit. Therefore, you only do harm. You may support those people who are of your ilk, vote for them, join ICE for them, join the Nazi party for them. That's where it goes. So, banger of a book we're in. Right?
You're beautiful and everybody loves you.
Oh, that's good. Always important to remember. Thank you.
It's just getting hornier as it keeps going on.
Hey, come on, Emma.
I'm so unsettled. I am so unsettled.
What the hell do your goddamned, literally, religious beliefs matter?
Matter. Exactly. Well said. So let's jump in. So let's go back a little bit and pick it up from where we left off. Right, so here is the list. The basis of natural, first of all, between an analogy, A is to B, is C is to D, the two different terms are called sets, and they're expressing relationships. Now, they're not all going to apply. They're not identical. Some do and some don't. That's what we explore with analogy, and we can give them each a term. R1, R2. Caring, supporting, nurturing, defending. They're different kinds of relationships that may or may not apply to the other one. Guiding, protecting, ruling. Shepherd does it to a sheep. Does a ruler do it to his subjects? That's for you to wonder about. Same thing for captain to crew. What relationships apply, what don't? Physician to patients, teacher to students, horse trainer to horses, merchant to customers, tennis coach to tennis players, pharmacist to customers, and a thief to a gang of thieves. In what way is the physician's knowledge of medicine different from the knowledge of the merchant? Do they all require knowledge? Which of these ratios would you say have a greater amount of knowledge of the subjects, and can you arrange their goals in terms of how they benefit the subject? This brings us to the idea of art that we can learn in Plato's Republic. Let us take the physician as an example and ask what is entailed in his profession so that he can benefit a patient. When someone is ill or in pain from some injury and desires to recover their health, they seek out someone who they believe has the knowledge to deal with their condition, and that's a physician. The physician, after making a medical examination, step 1, then makes a diagnosis, step 2, designs a treatment plan, step 3, or therapy, and 4, monitors the patient through time so that they overcome an illness or injury that the patient has suffered. So there are kind of 4 steps to reaching that goal. The accumulated experience and knowledge of the physician develops, as you practice this, into an idea of healthiness, which of course is an ideal and may never be seen in the physician's experience. But without this ideal, the physician cannot be an effective physician. So you're after that ideal as you go. A medical examination of a patient is the result of reflecting on the way the patient's conditions differ from this ideal of healthiness. Thus, you make a comparative judgment. So, next time someone says, "Don't judge me, don't judge me," you say, "Well, that's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard." We are supposed to be judging ourselves at all times relative to the ideal. So absolutely, I'll judge you. Absolutely. How well are you doing towards the ideal? And perhaps if I have some knowledge of that ideal and understanding of its aspects, I can help bring you closer to that ideal. Right? How many Nazis, Trump, Musk, that Voight guy from Project 2025 pulling the strings behind Donald Trump, the dancing clown, how often do they claim that they are the victims? Don't judge me. Don't call us Nazis. We just want to do Nazi things. Absolutely, we'll call you Nazis. Absolutely, we'll judge you. That's what we're here for. To judge where we are relative to our ideal. And of course, the question is, what's philosophy? Does it have knowledge? Is it an art? What's its ideal? What's its goal, and what's the benefit it can bestow? Thank you for the follow on YouTube. Hooray.
That's funny.
Crazy hot babe.
You are a crazy hot babe for following me.
Big shout out to the bad boy of Chinese chess.
And also, it's important to shout out the bad boy of Chinese chess. for some reason. I don't tell my soundboard what to say. Thus, the purpose of a medical examination is to discover in what way such differences from the ideal indicate a particular illness. If one physician is better at diagnosing patients than another physician, it is likely because one can better judge this difference between the ideal of healthiness and the patient's condition. Once this difference has been understood and put into words, which we call a diagnosis, the physician can recommend certain procedures for the patient to follow that we call a therapy or a treatment plan. So here we see those elements that we have been using in our dream analysis. That is, remember everything that we learn in philosophy, we test on our dreams to see if we can understand the language of our dreams and get the messages that are being sent to us through analogy in our dreams. It's our guide. So we could ask, hey, what is the dream maker's art? Why is it super important for us to listen and follow its guidance? What must be its knowledge? Especially if it can see knows about our past, knows about everything that happens in our present, can predict the future, can be our professorial dreams, and functions for our benefit. So we could put the dream maker in this list of analogies. So as we've been learning that, we've been recognizing that, okay, look for a puzzle in your dream. Where is there a problem? Now, one way to look for a problem is, how are you functioning? What's your role within the drama or allegory of your dream? And to look for a problem, we had a handy 3-step metric. Are you seeing poorly? Do you have a problem with what you're seeing in the dream? Maybe there's something you're overlooking. Or maybe you're seeing well, but you're not speaking up about what you're seeing, not putting words on it. That could be a block or an indication of a problem that you have that is a message. Or maybe you're seeing, maybe you're speaking, but maybe you're not acting on it. Here we see where that principle comes from, where that standard comes from that we've been using. Analogy, the archetypal analogy. All of these analogies are about rulership. One is to another. Greater is to lesser. Ruler is to subject. All of them. The aspects of doing the rulership, providing that benefit, include A, seeing, that's making that judgment based on your vision of the ideal and your seeing of where they're at. So anyone who says, don't look at me, bow your head, or don't avert your gaze, look over there. No, that's bullshit. That's one way of tyrants and oppressors silencing the many. Fuck you, I'm going to look, you can say in your own way. You don't have to say a swear.
That's fucking insane, and you sound like a crazy person.
You could say it like that as well. That would be lovely as well.
I'm just thinking about being hot.
Okay, Emma's thinking about being hot.
Queen of gooning.
That's what they call her. Next, speak up. Hey, children are to be seen and not heard. Again,
Fuck.
Or women are not allowed to speak up in the house because the religion says so.
You probably want to put your grandma in the basement.
So I guess you fucking hate grandma.
Yeah. Grandma can't speak, you must hate grandma. The Bible says women must not bull fucking shit. We're all here to see and speak. That's the standard that we are learning to reach in everything we do, the standard of excellence. So yes, speak up. Absolutely speak up. What do tyrants or belief-based rulers demand? No questions. That's not what a teacher does. Teacher encourages questions. What does a priest say? Just have faith, no questions. What does a capitalist say? No questions. The wealth will trickle down magically. What do the fascist conservatives say? Conservatives say, no questions. Don't ask me questions. Oh, it makes me feel like you're attacking me. I'm not on trial. Do as you're told, unless you hate America. That kind of shit. So, speak. Now, what we are speaking is the diagnosis. The diagnosis of the difference between the ideal and the current stage of the subject. Now, the main subject for us is, of course, our own self or soul. But also includes others, especially those who are claiming rulership over others. We should always... So have you heard the saying, no politics or religion. Don't see what's happening there. Don't speak up in my house about those things. Bullshit. Absolutely. Why? If we don't see what the fascist believers are doing, they will continue to murder millions and millions of people and ruin everything and destroy our species. If we don't tell the truth and speak up about what they're doing, again, we won't be able to diagnose the problem. And finally, act upon it. The action or the therapy. What do we have to do to move from our sick state to our ideal? Now, we've been recognizing that as analogy is required to see all of this, and analogy is the tool of understanding, we could say simply, the ideal for human beings is understanding. That also applies to every specific art. So our question, where does philosophy fit in, is, are we learning, is that what philosophy is? Philodianoia, the love of understanding? Equally so, all of these sicknesses seem to stem at its root rulership from belief. The pathologos, balloons, a false belief of the self. Therefore, there's a handy tool you can use. Whatever you do, can you see the difference between mastership through understanding and what level of belief is functioning to cause a deviation from that ideal? Can you speak up and diagnose that difference between belief and understanding to whatever level you can? Hey, we shouldn't allow beliefs to rule, because you know what every religion says? Women are less than men, and that's horseshit. I don't care if you believe it. It's not true. It's not understanding. Fuck you with your sexism. Oh, but some people are too stupid. They need religion. Bullshit. That's a false belief you have. I wonder who told you that some people are too stupid and they need religion to solve problems when religion only does harm. I wonder if you are carrying a sick belief that justifies belief. Now that's general, but the more that you learn to make the distinctions, the better the diagnosis. Oh, you have this kind of false belief. The one that says it's impolite to challenge beliefs. So long as they're not brown. Or if the religion is really weird, maybe it's just new. The new religions like Mormonism and Scientology, you can say they're crazy, but not the old ones. Or maybe it's that you're told that being nice is pretending all beliefs are true somehow magically, even the ones that contradict the other ones. So that's the diagnosis. What specific class, kind, color, variety of belief is blocking your ideal functioning through understanding? And finally, C, speak, act. What actions are you going to do or prescribe for yourself or the other person? Now, we can reflect on this and say, hang on a second, how is all of this written in a book? What must the author be able to see to be able to spell out the nature of the or to put in clear and plain English the natural law, but not just tell us, prescribe for us a dialogue to read in 3 acts, and then prescribe for us a series of activities and questions to help us reflect on analogy. And only then he is able to share with us what we need to understand the natural law, art that is necessary to save humanity. Have we been following a kind of prescription ourselves? If so, what can we say about our author? Would he fit in the archetypal analogy? What would you say about his knowledge and art, such that it applies for all humanity at all times and all intelligent species? Notice he's given a course of action. Hey, everyone who have acted in a rulership position for their own benefit and not the benefit of the subjects, here is your prescription, here's the remedy. They all have to be brought before an international court for breaking the natural law so that we can address it. Pretty neat book, huh? Good thing that we are pretty awesome people.
Off the perky, call me Kirky.
We're all off the perky up in here.
Somehow it always comes back to this.
It always comes back to being off the perky.
I'm browning it.
No.
I'm Benny Dorito. I'm cool. I'm a cool guy.
Well, okay. Thank you, Benny Dorito. So, see or judge the condition between the ideal and the current state. Speak into words the diagnosis. Act in assigning the therapy or treatment plan. The diagnosis names the condition, if allowed to run its course, would harm the patient. And the therapy or treatment plan is designed to either reverse that condition, lessen its effects, or assist the patient through the illness or injury. So as we wonder about what the ideal art is, philosophy, how do we use analogy and the other activity of understanding, the dialectic, to bring ourselves and our friends and any being from the ignorance of and harm of belief to the excellence of understanding through to knowledge and then beyond to the self, via all the way through following understanding. Because that's an interesting thing. One of the puzzles we got in the book was the fact that this learning has been given a metaphor: pregnancy, philosophical midwifery, Socrates calls it. The use of understanding to help people, first of all, conceive of an idea, which includes matchmaking, by the way, Hey, welcome. But also go through the stages of nurturing, the troubles, the pains, and also the birth. Not only of a high idea that can lead you to understanding, but most importantly, give birth to the sick belief about self you are carrying that's causing your problems and injustice in every area of your life, including physical illness, by the way. So we were told this, and this is a Christian channel. No, Christianity is a version of belief. We are doing understanding. We've been reading a book that helped us to discover that all human problems have as its root to be ruled by belief. And our job is to surface or give birth to the beliefs that we are carrying that block and harm us, so that we can be free to develop understanding to reach knowledge, excellence, and even function masterfully to help others reach that ideal themselves. Good question, though. Which book? It's called Is It All Relative? That's the book here. And there's a link to the PDF below. Top 3 books ever written. Absolute must read for all human beings. Some are saying, everyone's been saying in chat, they've been saying,
Off the perky, call me Kirky.
it's off the perky.
Butt to butt.
No, they haven't been saying butt to
I'm
butt.
Benny Dorito. I'm cool.
Yeah.
I'm a cool
And
guy.
Okay, and then one of our chatters thinks he's Benny Dorito and he's cool. But that's beside the point. So, Aaliyah in the book said, hang on a second. Cool. If there is a bringing to birth, like if human beings go through their development, learning, spiritual progress in a kind of birthing process, there must be a delivery. But there's more than just a delivery in the art of the midwife. And that was left open to us. It wasn't answered in the text. And we thought, well, hang on, maybe the book is leaving it open for us to do the sequel. What happens when they meet up in 6 months as a result of this dialogue that we've just read? But here are some elements that this is why we carry questions. Reading involves recognizing those unanswered questions and carrying them. To carry a question is to be on a quest.
We definitely are not born.
No. Quest noise. To carry a question is to be on a quest.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
The hero's journey. So carrying this question about what's involved in midwifery, maybe we're getting some clues here. Why? Because we're getting elements involved in the art of mastery. And if the dialectic is the art of philosophy, and the specific use of dialectic to help somebody through their giving birth to either their insightful ideas or get rid of the sick babies, yeetus that fetus, get rid of their sick beliefs. If that's the highest art we've discovered, maybe next to dream analysis, maybe the two go together, then we can wonder about these elements analogically. Reverse the condition of the illness. Interesting. Chatter says, haven't read anything in months. This is a strict no-no. But look where I end up. Well, if you're going to start, this is the book to start. Lessen the, reverse the condition, or lessen the effects of the problem. Sometimes a pregnant woman has pain. Assist in the patient through the illness or injury. Assist in the delivery. Whatever plan the physician decides upon is based upon a strategy to close the gap between the ideal of health and what is realizable for his patients. To increase the likelihood of closing the gap between the patient's deficiencies and this ideal, the physician may recommend exercises, medicine, diet, and even suggest changes in a patient's lifestyle. So again, these are all to do with the doctor or physician. How would that apply to the soul or the mind or the self? Now, the word deficiencies is key as well, isn't it? Because in the text we saw Aaliyah saying, hey, we saw of believers that instead of dealing with their deficiency caused by a lack of understanding and knowledge, because all they carry is belief, they seek to sabotage the dialogue, or they hide their deficiencies with faith. No one can know. We just have to believe. Or sweep death and destruction across the realm, the world, as instead of overcoming their deficiencies, a loyalty to belief and a lack of understanding, they seek to attack those who speak up or threaten their ignorant belief way of being. Or in terms of being pregnant with a question, Aaliyah said, hey, I think Harry has a similar question that I have. Why are we here? Like specifically right now in this conversation, why are we here? And why not some other time or place? I think Harry has that question too, but he silences it with his faith. And then Harry, like the meme about trying to talk to somebody who is uninterested in change.
When you're in a state of wanting to improve, you're not going to magically force someone to want to get better.
You have to come to that conclusion yourself.
You have to want
to get better.
So those who don't want to get better because they have cognophobia, that's the key word that we saw in the text, which is behind the crisis that we are facing. A fear of knowing, cognophobia, fear of the higher cognitive function. They don't want to abandon their belief and the false idea of control they think they get from their belief. So that's instead of dealing with the deficiencies. So that's someone who is sick, but is proud of their sickness, as a pigeon playing chess with a pigeon. They shit all over the board, knock over the pieces, and strut around like they've won. So when Aaliyah said, I think Harry's got a similar question, but uses his faith to silence it. Yep, I sure do. That's pretty cool of me, said Harry. And to that we say,
because woman.
Well, we say,
well, you're a woman, like sweet tits. Hello.
Okay, well, I don't think we should call him a woman or sweet tits.
You probably want to put your grandma in the basement.
Okay, and all right. Lots of good suggestions from our soundboard. A chatter has been barred from reading anything. No, what? Who's barred you? Sounds like you're listening to someone who is not a good teacher. Therefore, you are listening to a belief-based ruler. In which case, why would you follow someone who's stupid? Unless you are carrying a similar belief about what's good, and this idiot you're listening to is similar enough to your false belief about knowing that you think, wow, that's an expert with knowing. I'll listen to them when they tell me not to read books. So in other words, your problem isn't because of this other person telling you to do stuff. It's because you have not given birth to a false belief about what is involved in knowing, so that someone who looks like this false belief you listen to. And what we're discovering is the root cause behind all human problems is listening to a believer claiming mastership. When you have a belief, all you can legitimately say is, well, this seems true to me. That's all. When you say, well, I have a belief and it's knowledge, and I should be in charge, and I'm an expert, that's claiming knowledge, expertise, rulership is all relative to personal perspective, personal beliefs, which is what we discovered in the book Prejudice. You're following prejudice. So, I've been barred from reading anything. No, you're not. You're just carrying a prejudice, which you are here to discover. Good news, you've come to the right place. We've just given you a diagnosis of your condition. Now, the subject has a choice. You can ignore it, or you can take up the hero's journey and do something about it. Even spiritual books, wow. Even worse, prejudice. Because it constantly keeps you a loop of, I need to know more. Nope, it doesn't. So, you made a judgment about what reading spiritual books does. That's false. The loop is called the stagnant analogy. You're not improving. Reading these texts written by a master of the Logos allows you to gain greater and greater understanding, ways of functioning, states of being. It's called anagogic, upward moving. So, whoever you were listening to as your ruler was someone who was unaware of the sorts of books we read here. That's why what we do here is better called philodianoia, the love of understanding. It's the opposite of what modern people think philosophy is. It's the opposite of what some people think spirituality is. It's a win-win, actually.
It's a win-win.
I don't think you understand what I'm pointing to. I'm saying I have this habit of cramming up info and not doing anything with it. Oh, okay. Well, maybe you ought to read this book. Because this book you can do something with. Because as we read this book, we're learning specifically how to read. We're learning to read in a way you don't learn at school. Why? Because the rulers of our education system are ignorant believers. So they function through belief. That is, interpretation, adding what isn't there and leaving out what is. So we are learning to read without projection or blind spots. And what we're discovering that learning to read involves learning how to use analogies to discover the puzzles in the questions and figure out how to answer them. So everything we learn in the book, you can apply to the book in learning how to read. We're also discovering the natural law, a fundamental principle of all reality that you can use in anything you do. So whatever you're interested in, you can apply everything we've been learning today and in the last, 50 episodes. On top of that, learning to read this text written by a master of the Logos of understanding is similar to learning to understand your dreams. So everything that we learn about understanding, everything we learn about reading, we test on the dreams we had last night or tomorrow night, if you haven't recorded your dreams. This is a form of escapism. This is the opposite. This requires intelligence. If you don't have a sufficient level of intelligence, you won't understand the words that I'm saying. In which case, keep working on yourself and come back when you feel you have enough intelligence to think about ideas and principles. Okay? It also requires character, courage to learn something new. The cause of human problems is belief. The cause of human excellence is understanding. The human issue is how do we move from one to the other, considering our beliefs have a self-protecting mechanism that teach us to fear learning something new. Therefore, we have to do it anyway. Everything in our upbringing and our beliefs say, don't learn this, don't read everything you've said, don't read any books. It'll keep you in a loop. It's impractical. Go build a fence or do chores for my parents instead. Yes, those are the beliefs that keep you trapped in the loop that we call fate. How do you get out of fate? You have to learn understanding. Learn the dialectic. How do you learn understanding in the dialectic if your loop involves fearing and hating understanding and dialectic? That's the catch-22. Cognophobia. The very thing we need to solve our problems is the very thing our problems block us from making them our problems, defining our problems. That's the rub. That's the catch-22. You have to have the intelligence to see that. Enough intelligence to recognize, oh, problems block your development. You can't solve your problems without developing a new way of seeing. It's a catch-22. We're stuck. You have to have enough intelligence to recognize that. And you need the other element, the human element, character. You need the courage to do it anyway. So, that's what we're seeing here, isn't it? The patient doesn't have knowledge of medicine himself yet. For him to learn medicine, he has to trust that it's possible. Imagine going into a medical school that you paid a lot of money for and saying to the teacher, "I'm not reading any of these medical textbooks. My daddy told me it just keeps you in a loop and you can't do anything with it. No one can understand medicine. We read the Bible." You would either be laughed out of that classroom or you'd be sent to the counselor's office because it sounds like you've got a serious problem preventing your learning at school. Maybe you see a psychologist. That's your condition. That's the diagnosis. That's all of our diagnoses. We have to trust the expert at the beginning, because this kind of mastership ends with you developing that excellence yourself. That's the Dharma, or what we've been learning, the mean analogy. As Diotima, Socrates' female, so anyone who wants to save religion, so long as they're not crazy religions, or they're not brown people, or they're not new religions, or whatever word, they're not fundamentalists. All vanilla religions have some form of embedded sexism. So fuck that. How long have women been given a black eye through history because of the Adam and Eve story and similar ones that say women are the cause of problems? Fuck that right off. Anyone who says that,
Fuck.
fuck.
You're gay if you don't give me everything that's in your wallet right now.
And you're also gay if you don't give me a... Emma, that wasn't helpful.
You probably want to put your grandma in the basement.
Stop trying to...
So I guess you fucking hate grandma.
Come on. Don't hate grandma. So, one testament to why that's all garbage is Socrates' teacher was Diotima, a woman. A master of the Logos that Socrates himself had to trust, as we trust our doctor, and accept her diagnosis of Socrates' condition. Or seeing her judgment of the difference between the ideal and Socrates, her speaking up in the diagnosis, and follow her prescribed activities or treatment. Socrates went through it. In the symposium, we ask how well Socrates taught Agathon, but Socrates taught the author of this book, Pierre Grimes. So there's our mean analogy. A is to B as B is to C. As Diotimus taught Socrates, so too Socrates taught Pierre Grimes. Therefore, that initial trust in the fact that you can develop, number one, develop understanding and excellence, that you can solve problems, all problems are solvable in principle, that you do have a guide, your dreams, and the fourth principle, you can go beyond excellence, that first kind of excellence, to know even the self by reflecting on not just your dreams, but the dream maker itself. They don't stay as not a prejudice. Prejudice is trusting a believer. That was your condition. You trust someone who has these false beliefs, and you spend your lifetime blocking yourself from your own development because you trust the rulership of belief. That's prejudice. This is trusting the rulership of understanding. That's called an axiom. But notice, you do get to test that axiom. The thing about beliefs is they're undisprovable. God did it. Which God? Our God. There's a million gods. Why yours? Because I get the money. How do I prove it? You don't. Maybe when you die. Who knows? Shut up. We'll kill you. This you can test because you become, as Socrates was the student, he then becomes the teacher. In other words, you are being made like the author. You're becoming the doctor yourself, or a master yourself. That's the game. And then, as you benefited from, as Socrates taught Pierre, so too, this B is to C as C is to D, Pierre is teaching you, all of you reading. But the implication is, as you've been benefited by this channel and this book and Pierre Grimes, so too can you turn around in this, zoom in, play a sound drop.
You actually have to address the systemic inequalities. The people who believe that there should be hierarchies and that they should be above other people, that should just be addressed rather than just trying to segregate shit. Whoa! Crazy, 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 crazy.
Whoa,
crazy.
crazy.
Crazy, crazy.
Well said, Oracle, as always. And my thing's not back. Hang on. Oh, it is back. Hooray. As C is to D, as Pierre taught you, so too can you teach someone else. This is called the Dharma mean analogy. Why? It's our intended function. The other, and this is the functioning of understanding. Notice, it's not just a loop. As Diotima teaches Socrates, when he teaches someone else, he's added to the tradition. We ended up somewhere better. As Socrates teaches Pierre, he adds something. As Pierre teaches us, he adds something. As we teach others, we can, what was the quote from the book? Give birth to works that will rival Homer and Hesiod. Now, Homer and Hesiod don't mean much to us nowadays. So we were asked, what would be the equivalent to Homer and Hesiod nowadays? Because that's what you can contribute. Notice, it isn't a loop. So everything whoever your teacher was, I'm guessing a parent, false. Your parent hasn't gone through this yet. So the other analogy that we can be living in is the analogy of belief, which is called a redundant. So here it is at the bottom of this dialectic we did a few days ago on belief. It ends with, whoever taught you that you are believing, A is to B, So too, you come into this stream and hope that people believe you the same way you believed this nincompoop. And say, hey, you shouldn't read these books, they keep you in a loop. And if somebody said, well, actually, here is all of the understanding to show that's false, you have a choice. Jump over to the true analogy, become a student, learn, and then turn around and help others to benefit them. Or dig your heels in and be a fuckhead, like your teacher was to you. Run away, or say, shut up, or say, you are fat, or you are a goyim, or you are an infidel, or you are a heretic or a sinner, whatever word to vilify. But notice, even if you do that, pay attention. Don't listen to it because it's belief, it's false, it's injustice. It leads to horrors and absurdities, inflicting injustice on all other people the same way it was inflicted upon you. But the way in which you get mad at understanders will be clues. You might not call someone like me an infidel, but you might call them a stupid head. In other words, you learned a way in this tradition of attacking the logos that you do to yourself, and you seek an opportunity to do to others. And maybe you've already left. Maybe you said, well, I can't play out my family game here. I'll find another stream. Maybe I'll go to Asmongold because they're a bunch of idiots. I can feel like a smart expert there. I'm not having a go at you personally. We're talking about how belief functions. And we're using extreme examples like the most ignorant to highlight it, to make it clear. As someone told you this false belief, so too you seek an opportunity to tell someone else that false belief as you imitate the state of being of the knower. But notice, you're not yourself. You're not adding anything. You're just copying. You're copying someone else who was cosplaying a knower. That's the loop. That loop you mentioned actually was insightful. It's this. It's the stagnant loop. Because A is to B is A is to B is A is to B, A is to B, A is to B. No one goes anywhere, no one adds. That's called fate. That's what we've been in since the caveman days. Since we've learnt language and self-reflection, logos and ousia. Our job is to reflect on this way of being that may have kept us safe from saber-toothed tigers before we had language and could think. But we're still loyal to an old tradition. The same way, some people are still loyal to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, which are stupid old traditions from ages ago. Someone else's problems from like 1,000 or more years ago. But we're loyal to it. Why? Caveman shit. Belief. So, thoughtful additions. So, you have to play the game. You have to trust certain axioms, not prejudices, but logical, rational, demonstratable, and one day provable, necessary principles to play the game. And we have them on the board somewhere. The World Cup of the Soul, we explored them. Here we go. Reflecting the structure of the dialectic. The dialectic. Do we have them together next to the dialectic somewhere? Surely. Surely. Because the dialectic is kind of like the archetypal structure. So it helps make things clear. Here we go. So what's the dialectic? Definition, demonstration, division, conclusion. As you explore an idea, we can say, what's the idea itself? Self, to itself? What's the definition? How does that definition function to others? Demonstration. How does that functioning to others affect others, the different divisions? And as a result of those divisions, is there a single other or idea that you can therefore relate back to self? Notice the dialectic isn't a loop. It's an anagogic spiral. Why? You start with the definition of, let's say you're exploring spirituality was the word you used. What's the definition of spirituality? How does it function? Using the text, not your own beliefs. We don't care about that. Using the text of an expert. When you go to medical school, you don't say, well, I believe medicine is, you don't just do it. That's the interpretation. What does the book mean to you? No. We read proper books. How does, from the book, spirituality function? How does it function in other areas? In relationships, in society, in your life, in your learning, in your art? As a result of all these divisions, is there a key idea that surfaces? A key idea that surfaces that you can, in the conclusion, take back to the self, take back to the definition. So you've unfolded and returned back with a new idea in your back pocket, so you end up higher than when you started. Meaning, you've got a new definition with that new idea. Do a new dialectic. So the dialectic itself demonstrates the principle of the Dharma, of the Logos, of the mean analogy. As Diotima unfolded to Socrates, Socrates turns around with his own added ideas from his own experience. Passes on to Pierre, Pierre adds some new stuff, passes it on to you, you add some new stuff. So our lives reflect the dialectic, the structure of the Logos, or the structure of understanding, or they reflect belief. Those are our two options. We can do one of two things. Be a stupid idiot, slave, NPC, zombie, savage. A is to be as A is to be. Imitating the believers without question. Marching into war and our human extinction under the banner of whatever religion, flag, belief system. Or the other way that we can function through time, understanding, which is this one, which is an anagogic unfolding or upward moving, spiraling. So, definition. What's the axiom we have to trust to play the game? Excellence is reachable via the Logos. Now, all this comes down to, ties into what we've been learning about Mastership as well. We have to trust that our doctor has reached some sort of excellence. There is such a thing as medicine. Next, to play the game. Excellence is reachable via discovering the inherent intelligibility or rationality or understandability of reality. That's called the Logos. We have to accept. That's where we get the definition of the Logos. How do we demonstrate the Logos? Your problem was, how do we apply it? You just end up in a loop. You apply it by surfacing your own false beliefs, giving birth to your own false beliefs, yeetusing that fetusing, freeing yourself from the problems that you've been stuck in. That's the highest demonstration of the dialectic or Logos. To do that, you have to trust the axiom, problems are solvable via discovering its inherent intelligibility, the pathologos. So we have to trust the doctor has excellence and our illness can be solved. So we're seeing analogously these axioms are inherent to mastership that even applies to a physician. Next, you need some sort of guide along the way. Division. You need some guide for both divisions. Your guidance for both happens via understanding the inherent intelligibility of your dreams. Dream analysis. Just as you have to follow the guidance of the physician through time. This is a relationship. I try and stream as much as I can. And because I have so many followers and live stream viewers and Twitch affiliate, I get enough income to support myself so I can stream every day. I'm joking, of course. I'm very funny. No, I try and stream every day in spite of the difficulties of being alive in a society where we have yet to wake up to this. Because it's a relationship. There's guidance involved. So, just as you have to have a relationship with your doctor, as you go through the course of the treatment that he prescribes. Now, the final one is, because we're not just a patient, we too become the physician. We want to reach our ideal state of self. If there is an excellence, our greatness, there are problems, our problems or our lesser way of functioning. What's the principle or cause or ultimate goal that has those two reflections? In other words, what's the self? Our ultimate goal of self is realizable by reflecting on the inherent intelligibility of Dreammaker. The physician. You can become the physician. Now that is an axiom that you have to accept. Even. Hi, welcome. Hooray for you.
Crazy hot babe.
You are a crazy hot babe for coming into the stream. Congratulations. That's what my soundboard is telling me. So, we also have to accept that we could potentially become a doctor ourselves. Excellence is reachable. There is an excellence of the doctor. Problems are solvable. The doctor, if you listen to the doctor, you can overcome your problems. Guidance is there. I became my own. Guidance is there. You have to follow the guidance and the instruction of the doctor, meaning you don't know better. You can't come into midwifery or philosophy thinking, I know all the answers. Bullshit. Not going to learn anything. You're just going to look for whatever confirms your ignorance. That's called debate. That's the opposite of dialectic. Debate is, I know all the answers. Yeah, I'm a debate dweeb.
Debate pervert.
I'm a debate pervert.
Debate dweeb.
And I'm going to defend my own beliefs and try and win. Competition. This isn't a competition. Everyone wins, but there are stages of development. Not everyone's an expert. You get guidance, but you can become an expert if you so wish. These are the axioms that we have to accept for rulership. Why do we have to accept this final axiom that you can become a doctor too? Because belief doesn't allow that. You can't become Pope. You can't become president. You can't become CEO. That's just for me and my belief group, the billionaire Epstein class. There is a hierarchy where you are below. And pull yourself up from your bootstraps, which means you can't get up. You can't stay on your side of the tracks was in the text that we read. Pull yourself up from your bootstraps, meaning it's impossible. So, you don't ever listen to someone who says you just have to believe me forever. Trust me, bro. So any system of belief demands a hierarchy. We're at the top, not because we have a knowledge of an ideal and an understanding of how to apply that to benefit the subjects, because that's universal. Anyone can do that. In fact, the more doctors, the better. The more philosophers, the better. A believer will say, nope, there's just me. I'm the trillionaire, says Musk. I'm the president, says Trump. I'm the Pope, says Pope, whoever the fuck. And you guys give me all the money. Give me all the fame. Give me all the resources. And you can never get there. That's the hierarchy.
You actually have to address the systemic inequalities. The people who believe that there should be hierarchies and that they should be above other people, that should just be addressed rather than just trying to segregate shit. Whoa. Crazy.
So that's the false hierarchies of systems of oppression, sexism, racism based on belief. And if that's part of the skill that you are coming into as a patient wanting to learn, nope, run. Because you need these 4 axioms. You need to realize your excellence is reachable. There's an ideal. Recognize you have not yet reached that. Just because you believe something doesn't make you an expert. You have a problem, but your problem's reachable. That's the difference between the ideal and your current state. You have to accept guidance. You have to read the book, not project your own ignorance onto it. You have to actually learn something new, which means you have to have the intelligence to learn and the courage and character to be open to learning something new and dropping your old problems, dropping your old beliefs. And it has to be a system where it's possible for you to yourself become the guide. If it's, no, we are the white people and you're a woman or you're brown and you can't, bullshit. That's not rulership. And not only is that not rulership, what we've been learning is that's breaking the natural law. So anyone who acts against these axioms are breaking the natural law and needs to be held in an international court, addressed in an international court for acting not in the interest of the subject according to these axioms or principles that we've been learning, but for their own benefit, to establish a hierarchy to exploit the subjects in the interests of the ruler. In the chat, we all eat dead cow in sesame bun, there is no good person. Is your belief. Now, to be able to make that diagnosis, you have to understand what good is. What's the idea of good? How does that apply to people? What's the ideal of people? Does that involve eating? Other life? Plant life? Animal life? Or not? It's a good question. But the point is to take it as a question. Can you be a good person and still eat food, even though you're harming plants' life? Now, there are people called Jainists who wear masks so that they don't breathe in any microbes. And they have a broom and so they make sure they don't step on any bugs. And so wherever they walk, they sweep a broom. That's their standard of what it means to be a good person. So maybe that's what you need to do. Or hold it as a question as you continue to read and discover what it means to be good. If you're not holding it as a question, you are just loyal to your false beliefs and you're not going to learn anything. We all survive through extraction. Oh, good point. My point is that it's the wrong abstraction. It's a false dichotomy. That's not a license to be an arsehat, I agree. Right, so we can agree hats go on your head, not on your asses. Emma?
They're secretly turned on by it.
Hey, don't. She's turned on by you talking about an ass. She's a gooner. Gooners. Right, all goonership aside, isn't it interesting The axiom, yeah, and I apologize for my soundboard. It's random. I have no say over what it says.
The woman? Ugh.
See, I don't even know what that means. You are a woman.
Who the fuck are you?
Okay, calm down. So, right, to play this game, True Philosophy, you have to be open to principles you don't yet understand. Just as to go to a doctor, you have to be open to certain principles of rulership to listen to what the doctor says, even though you don't understand medicine. Just as if you are going to drive your car, you have to learn that the stop sign in your driving manual says stop, we'll call that A, means stop your car. That means B. But then when you're driving the car, you'll come across a new stop sign. We'll call that stop sign 2, we'll call that C. You have to say, hang on a second, this new stop sign equals the stop sign in my driver's manual. So A is to B, A equals B. C is the same as A. That means this new stop sign C also equals stop my car. So what's that principle? That's called an axiom. A rational principle that you can't prove, but you have to trust to play the game. If A equals B, stop sign in book means stop your car. C equals A, stop sign on road is the same as stop sign in book. Then C also equals stop your car. That is, things that are equal to the same thing, C is equal to A, B is equal to A, are equal to each other. C is equal to B. That's an example of an axiom. You can't prove that. How could you prove that? Kind of intuitively makes sense. There seems to be some higher degree of rationality behind it. But if you don't trust this rational principle, you will never drive a car. So too, the human game, true philosophy or philodianoia, the love of understanding, you cannot play. You cannot overcome your injustice and problems and reach your highest excellence in this lifetime and beyond unless you trust these axioms, that your excellence is reachable via the inherent intelligibility of that, called the logos. You won't be able to solve your problems unless you accept that problems are solvable. The name for the inherent intelligibility of problems is the pathologos. As we've been learning about the doctor, you won't be able to do both unless you have some sort of guide, because this happens through time and things will happen. You'll have various stages of development, ups and downs. You need a guide. Your guidance comes by seeing the inherent intelligibility of your dreams. There's your guide. And maybe your ultimate goal, if there is some sort of functioning that helps humans reach their excellence and overcome their problems, doesn't that sound important? Doesn't that sound good? Would that be the highest excellence? And if that's how your dream maker is functioning, you too can reach your ultimate goal by reflecting on and discovering the inherent intelligibility of your dream maker. So those are called axioms. There are 4 of them. The alternative is to be a prejudiced person. Prejudice means it's not trusting the rulership of understanding, but to trust in the rulership of belief. If anyone says anything other than these 4 things, that you can't reach your excellence via the logos, you can't solve your problems via the pathologos, you don't get your guidance through dream analysis, and you can't reach your ultimate goal by reflecting on the dream maker, then that person is ignorant. They have a false belief. They haven't gone through the study of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to that conclusion. That's irrational. It's stupid. To trust in someone who is telling you you can't do those things without the actual knowledge of those things is to trust someone ruling from belief. That's called prejudice, to rule from belief. And that's the root cause of all human problems. So those are your options. Follow the axioms, play the game, test it for yourself, or become a bad person, an unjust person, because you're allowing your soul and yourself to be ruled by belief. Because anyone who says other than this, in principle, can't have gone through this kind of learning. They don't have that knowledge. Therefore, if you don't have knowledge of medicine, how can you make medical claims? What are you? RFK Jr.? So, it's a rational, logical necessity to play this game. Chatter is a mechanic turned second order cyberneticist. The false belief is first order science. I don't know what that means. False beliefs are bad. False beliefs are prejudice. They're the root cause of all human problems, by the way. To be ruled by false beliefs. Don't believe me. The idea is to see it for yourself. So, there we have the seeing. So there we have the those principles playing out within a pharmacist. So the seeing, the judgment, where you are based on the ideal, and our question is, well, where are you in your development of logos or understanding or dialectic compared to your belief? That would be our diagnosis. Any human being, that's the human game, to move from belief to understanding. So where are they in terms of their level of belief? The observer within a system. Right, so we're learning to observe accurately. Because belief functions through projection. Right? Have you ever heard that? Every accusation is a confession from the right wing. Right, so exactly. So you're ahead. Right. So to project what isn't there or to leave out what is, projection and blind spots is the functioning of belief. We are learning to see what is, or critical thinking, or reading. And by the way, every night we get to test it on our dreams, or every day we get to test it on our dreams, because our dreams are a text specifically written for us that we can test our skill of critical thinking and reading on. To judge the level of illness or deviation from the ideal, that's the judgment or seeing. How well are you seeing? To speak up about the diagnosis based on that judgment. And then, after making the diagnosis, offer a treatment. There's your acting, seeing, speaking, and acting. Therefore, you can test that in your dreams. As you review your dream from last night, the character, it wasn't you. It was an image of yourself that is so closely related to your belief about yourself. There's your illness. Not you. It's an image that you identify with. You might walk out of a Tom Cruise movie, but you don't walk out of a dream because the main character you think is you. So, what's the message about your image of self? It's not told directly because that would just be belief. The dream maker wants you to be like it. It's encouraging if your ideal is understanding, it wouldn't be helping you reach your ideal if it was just giving you answers to believe. But it's giving you an exercise. Your dream maker is prescribing a treatment, an activity that you can go through to move from belief to understanding. That's why dream analysis is the most meaningful and important activity a human being can engage in. So one way to look for it is, hey, if this is the ideal of excellence, seeing, speaking, and acting, judging, diagnosis, treatment, action. Where are you missing the mark in your dream? Maybe your dream character is missing something. Maybe they're seeing well, but they're not speaking up about what they're seeing. Oh, I saw this thing happen, but I was too nervous because my mum was there. And my dog from when I was a little kid was there as well. And I was too scared. I didn't say anything. Oh. Block. A puzzle to be solved. And what's axiom 2? Problems are solvable. Maybe you're speaking up, but you're not acting. So, in other words, the standard of excellence is also key for understanding dreams, which is key because the guidance for our solving of problems and reaching our excellence comes via your dreams. So all this learning of mastership and natural law is essential for your personal and spiritual development. I don't know about testing in dreams. Good. See? That's good. You see that you don't know. You are speaking that you don't know. The next stage is to act. If you don't know, what would be your prescribed action? Listen to someone who does. Try and know yourself. Well done. I test it by trying to recover other people's domains. What are you? Who are you, Gojo? I don't know what you mean. I refuse to believe that people are stupid. They logically see what they see. The data is fine. The interpretations are suspect. Right, so that would fall into this, isn't it? So, in other words, what you're saying is, behind the irrational behavior or people acting harmfully or against their own interests, there is an inherent rationality behind their irrationality. That inherent rationality or the root false belief causing the false interpretations is formally called the pathologos, or sick belief, sick reasoning. That's what we're after. And you're right, we wouldn't be here. It would be quite a unjust universe for us to be put in this planet with problems without the ability to solve them. And of course, Christopher Nolan just released his movie, The Odyssey. The original Iliad, prequel, I guess, is a story of Achilles, the worst problem with the worst person with the worst problems, going through dream analysis and philosophical midwifery to discover and address his pathologos and become the best person. This is only able to be seen with the recent Balboa translation. So I doubt the Odyssey will be that meaningful because he's operating from very poor translations. If only someone had contacted us and told Christopher Nolan to get in contact with us, we could have helped him make a banger film. Much more meaningful and universally true forever. And I could have got some points on the back end too.
Bitch.
Get some points on the back end, bitch.
Don't be disgusting.
All right, I won't be disgusting. Hang on, I need to get a drink. I'll be. People optimize for local gradients and push the mismatch. Whoops. Pause. Nolan is the best of the ones that make the films, but he's no philosopher. He's no Homer, Socrates, or Pierre Grimes. That's a small group of 3 people. And our viewers here, so add another 20. These 20 people, I think we have like 200 followers. An average of, I don't know, 10 people watch the VODs and another 5 to 10 watch the YouTube. On average. So that's a, they're in a whole different league. But that's what we're learning, right? The master of all film is your dream maker. That's the fourth axiom. That's the ultimate. Therefore, if the ultimate creative director is your dream maker, making 4 or 5 brilliant movies for you every single night, for all 8 billion people every night, plus animals that dream, so possibly hundreds of billions of perfectly directed dreams, starring, telling you about your problems and your excellence, knowing about your past, knowing about your present, reminding you about certain things in your present you might have overlooked, being able to prophesize the future, and is giving you an activity, a prescription. Analyze this film. Why? Because to do it, you have to use analogy. To go from the specifics, A is to B, you are to your puppy in the dream, to the meaning, as your goals are to your idea of loyalty, let's say. The use of analogy, metaphor, simile, allegory, to move from specifics to the general is what we're learning to do to read the text. It's how we unpack the meaning of our dreams, benefiting us in 2 ways. First of all, in the specifics, you get specific messages about your excellence, your mastership of whatever it is that you're seeking mastership. And we've been saying today, go back to what you put down, or go back to your art or your skill with this idea we've been learning about mastership, and push the excellence of that. But also seek to master these texts, because these texts are the higher order. It's true philosophy. This is where you learn how to apply that standard of excellence and mastership to music, or engineering, or mechanics, or whatever it is you're interested in. It's giving you messages about your problems that you're here to discover. So that's the specific message, but also you are developing understanding to become like the dream maker, the ultimate film director. Again, that's an axiom. You won't know if you try, but you can't try unless you accept that rational axiom. Notice, evidence shows this. I've been a part of or been witness to thousands of dreams, every single one meaningful. Tens of thousands, maybe. But that evidence won't prove it. Give you a likely hypothesis. You'll only be able to prove it if you do it yourself. And also, it's fun to talk about. It's a more meaningful conversation with your friends at the cafe. So it's a win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win.
The human brain can do on 20 watts that which 20 megawatts data centers cannot. We are not special. Thus, we're not special? I guess it depends on what you mean by special. I think you're special.
Why do you need 50 bananas? So many bananas.
Okay. Also, good point about bananas. 50 bananas is too many bananas. It can only be stupid, simple, recursive rules. You are removing intelligence from the equation, which is a kind of belief. Animals absolutely dream and they're absolutely conscious, yes. Less analogy, more structural isomorphism. So, if the fundamental principle is to have an understanding of the ideal and be able to judge the person that you're talking to, the ideal human body to the kind of illness of the patient walking in, but we are wanting to become our ideal selves, or philodianoia. Philosophers, lovers of understanding. So the illness would be some level of belief, and our excellence or ideal, or our justice, same word, same idea, is our highest understanding and state of self. Not just your functioning, but your way of being. Which means we should be able to use understanding to gain a map of the different kinds of belief. That's the Parmenides. The Parmenides uses the dialectic structure to take the ideal, which is his first hypothesis, he outlines that using the dialectic to outline it. The map is not the terrain. Absolutely. This is the map. By the way, making it a wisdom tradition. The definition of a wisdom tradition is that which furnishes a map for your development from through belief to the ideal. So, when Socrates was a wee lad of 19, he tracked down a 60-year-old dude called Parmenides and his student, 40-year-old Zeno, and said, "Hey, listen, I've got some questions." And very funny interaction happened for a while, but then it ended up with Parmenides saying two key things to Socrates. "Listen, lad, you're young, you're new, you're not really on the ball yet, you don't know the difference between you're using a language of the physical world that you're used to make sense of a non-physical dimension of reality called being, or metaphysics if you fancy. The words are different, they're used differently. So that's where your problems are. That's okay. You've got an aptitude for this, you seem to love understanding, you seem to be into it, you seem to have a good head on your shoulders. I'm going to share something with you. Where's our axioms?" He said, "Listen, you will never reach truth unless you learn the activity of the logos. You'll never reach," this is our first axiom. He says it to Socrates in the Parmenides. Balboa translation. That's the dialectic. If you don't learn the dialectic, you won't reach truth. That's it. There's a second thing you have to keep in mind. You could be talking to the greatest dialectician of all time, and he could walk you through all the arguments perfectly. If you carry a belief that truth is not knowable, it won't do shit for you. Or what we've been reading in the text, enlightenment, or your karma is stronger than enlightenment, is what the spiritual people would say. We would say our false beliefs block us from our development of understanding even after a direct experience of a higher level of reality, or an enlightenment experience, or an experience of being. The thermodynamics, first superdeterminism with retarded Green's functions solutions. Oh, are you translating what I'm saying into your language? That's cool, I think, if that's what you're doing. So, two things. You have to learn the dialectic, which is the activity of understanding that allows you to move from the physical world to the higher level of being, or non-physical, or universal, or transpersonal metaphysics. But you also have to be on guard for your false beliefs that say this knowable thing that's entirely possible is not possible. Because you will never, you could be talking to he's talking to probably the greatest dialectician ever, Parmenides. We had someone who came into chat saying, "Nah, I know better. You can't apply this kind of learning to your own direct experience." So he could be talking to the greatest dialectician on the planet currently, won't mean shit unless he's aware of what Socrates calls the unsuspected lie. Because look, you can't reach excellence or justice if you accept lies. Seeking truth. I know nothing. No, that quote that Socrates gave was in the Apology. That's one of the most... First of all, every single translation of Socrates has been garbage up until the last 20 years where we have the Balboa translation. Why? Because all translators have failed to understand the logos. They weren't philosophers. How can you transcribe a medical textbook from German to English if you know nothing about medicine? Second, they did not do philosophical midwifery to address their pathologos. Therefore, the highest, most meaningful parts of the text sail completely over their head, and instead they use their own language of their own false beliefs. Fortunately, we have the Balboa translations. One of the most outrageously mistranslated passages is Socrates saying, "I am wisest because I know nothing." That is very appealing to your grandma, who's too old. Your grandma.
Bitch. Because woman.
She is so content with her ignorance and is not doing her literal purpose to overcome her false beliefs and learn understanding. And in order to justify her ignorance and injustice, she says, "Well, Socrates says he knows nothing." And then she posts it on Facebook. And then you send her a message saying, "Grandma, that's not the quote. And also, all of the people you were talking to on Facebook were AI. Couldn't you tell because that image of Jesus as his profile picture had 7 arms?" Should put grandma in the basement.
I'm so unsettled. You're gay if you don't give me everything that's in your wallet right now.
Is what they say to grandma. The actual quote was, "I am wiser than these others by this trifle. What I don't know, I do not think I know." Think about that. What I don't know. So imagine there's a realm of knowable things that we call the realm of being, the realm of mind, the direct experience we call knowledge, or nous in the Greek. Its aspects are the building blocks of understanding. So if that's the ideal of mind for us wanting to become philosophers or physicians or masters of the mind, we are developing through understanding an image of this ideal through the dialectic. It can be directly experienced. That's the out-of-body experience or spiritual experience. Mind turning around to look at itself. Peak experience. But in the afterglow of that experience, we have to use our understanding to reflect on it. Yes, it's a oneness, but it has qualities. One of the most mistranslated words of all time is the word forms. The Greek word is eidos, which means aspects that you behold in this experience, mistranslated by academics as forms. Notice that's Socrates' problem. What did Parmenides say was Socrates' problem? You're using a language of the physical world to make sense of the non-physical world, and you're getting confused. Forms is about the physical world. Plato's forms bite my ass. It's not Plato's forms. It's the eidos, which means to behold those aspects. What we have been learning is all of the terms that we use for thinking, for perception, for reality itself, whole and part, same and different. Beauty, justice, excellence, greater, lesser, ultimate. All of these fundamental Lego pieces or building blocks of understanding are all themselves those eidos. So understanding, if philosophy is the philodianoia, the mastership of understanding, its ideal is in this experience. The greater we can have this experience, the more often, in the greater depth, and the better we can make sense of and integrate that, the better we are perfecting the ideal of mind, intelligence, and understanding. We call them the selfers, because we're not talking about a beauty as an adjective. All of these you only use as adjectives in the physical world. A beautiful streamer.
Crazy hot babe.
Oh, thank you. A beautiful puppy, a beautiful painting. You never see beauty itself. That's how you see beauty itself. And of course, the text has been saying, hey, that's the symposium. The symposium is, if you use dialectic and analogy to unpack the symposium, Socrates' speeches in the symposium, it gives you steps you can take with a partner to reach this higher peak, highest experience of beauty itself. Because beauty is one of the aspects of pure intelligence. Therefore, back to this book, for our mastership like a physician, this is our ideal. These are its tools or understanding of the parts. Now, if all of these selfers, beauty itself, justice itself, are the knowable things, so you use the word ontology, so I can use it too. So ontology, this is the ontology. These are the things or the ontology that you can know with your epistemology, with this knowing experience. Does that make better sense of Socrates saying, I am wiser by this trifle? Trifle, not truffle. That's a food.
That's fucking insane, and you sound like a crazy person.
Oh my goodness. Trifle sounds a little bit like truffle. If there is a fundamental difference between our physical world of sense perception or the world of becoming and the metaphysical world of mind or the world of being, and that this is why we call it philodianoia. Understanding isn't understanding how many beans there are in China. No. It's understanding itself. If that's the art of philosophy, the true human art we are all here to master. And what is the word knowing means things that are directly, when you directly experience this as a oneness. And Socrates is running around town with judges who think they know about this physical thing, and lawyers who think they know about this, and generals who think they know about this. And the things they claim to know are all things in the physical world because they're not philosophers wondering about what's real, eternally real. Does that make sense of the real quote, not your grandma's mistranslation? When Socrates says, I am wiser, this is his direct quote, I'm wiser than these candy-ass jabronis, that's in the Greek. I'm wiser than these jabronis because what I don't know, things down here, I do not think I do. Whereas these candy asses think they know things that they don't. See how that doesn't mean the way that it's been taught to us by stupid ass believers who know nothing about Socrates. They say, hey, Socrates says he's wise because he knows nothing. So therefore, our president doesn't have to know nothing. Our capitalist billionaires don't have to know anything, but they can rule everyone. Our religious authorities know nothing, but they can rule and do genocide and take all the money. See how this mistranslation serves the most ignorant. Anyone claiming I can rule by belief because there is no knowing. There's no such thing as medicine. It's just my truth, my belief, my opinion. There is no such thing as expertise. Now, thankfully, we don't apply that to medicine and we don't apply that to mechanical engineering. You actually take your car to someone who does have knowledge of the ideal of the car and its parts, but we do not yet apply it to politics. So we have the fascist pathologos party of conservatives. We do not apply it to spirituality. So we have the existence of religion, and we do not apply it to our society and economic system. So we have capitalism, which is all three are racing us. All three are under the umbrella of Project 2025, the Trump party, racing us towards human extinction and Armageddon. He's not saying there is no knowledge, because that would mean everything is relative. That's the theme of the book. That any old believer can claim, well, I'm just as knowledgeable than anyone else. I did my own research, so now I'm a medical expert. The vaccines cause autism. What he said, here's the actual translation is, what I don't know, things down here, I do not think I know. It's very different than saying he doesn't know. So, very good, very apt to point that out, and very indicative of the nature of our problems. I'm behind in the chat, so let me catch up with the chat. But before I do, let me just quickly delete this and go back to what we were saying. We were telling a story about Socrates and Parmenides, and I was drawing on the board, and it was beautiful. Right, so he gives the ideal as his first hypothesis, and then he uses the dialectic. Remember how the dialectic has definition, demonstration, division, and conclusion. There's 4 aspects to the structure of thinking that he told Socrates you got to learn to explore an idea. By the way, you explore the idea if the idea exists, if beauty is an aspect of being. When we say exist, we mean eternally, universally, as an aspect of that peak experience. But what if beauty isn't? What if beauty, and how you might say, well, hang on a second. How can you do a dialectic, create a universe that exploring the idea of beauty if it doesn't exist? What would you be exploring? That's the significance of understanding the difference between the two realms. By saying, what if beauty isn't existing? We don't mean non-existence. We mean doesn't have eternal existence. You might have heard the expression, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So what if you explored the idea if it was just a relative? What if it was just an opinion? If it was just all relative to sense perception or personal opinions or belief? Now that's how we use the dialectic to explore ideas that Parmenides said to Socrates is necessary if you want to reach the truth of being. And of course, there's the higher use of the dialectic to go, hey, even being has to have a cause. There's another dimension, another level above that. But he uses that structure of the dialectic to say, hey, if you don't accept the ideal, the first hypothesis, here are the 8 possible false beliefs about self that you may have. You may think the self exists in that peak experience of ultimate reality. I know myself. I experience myself as ultimate reality. This is me. Ah, you, my friend, are a Taoist. That may be the peak experience of self, but someone's got to be having that experience. That's the second hypothesis. Now, we just said, hang on a second, didn't you just say that that's the ideal of mind necessary for us as philosophers to reach and understand its eidos, aspects, not forms, so that we can have the mastership like a physician has the ideal healthy body? Isn't this the ideal of mind? Yes? And therefore, it's functioning. Third hypothesis, how that realm of being interacts with our physical world, like we do with understanding, like the physician apprehending the ideal of the physical body, functions through understanding and mastership to benefit the patients. That's the third hypothesis. Only we're talking about how that realm of being, the self that is, by definition, functions to create the non-physical world and interact with us in every moment, creating every frame of physical reality, the 32 frames per second. If you, by the way, that's called the people who think that's the self, because it's when they can experience the gap between each moment. That's a transcendent experience. It's not physical. It's a state of enlightenment. If you think that's the self, you are a Kashmir Sufist. It's a spiritual tradition that takes the third hypothesis as the self. Now you can go through and talk about what if the self existed in the physical realm? There is a self. I think the self is, but the best we can do is become a big group of people singing Kumbaya to Jesus. Oh, that's fourth hypothesis. Congratulations, Abrahamic religions. You are in a fourth hypothesis, false belief. Deviation from the ideal that we can diagnose as philosophers in the art and mastership of philosophy, the true art. What about those who say, okay, there is a self that exists, but we're like ants to it. We have no connection. We can't know the mind of God. It's too overwhelming. There is a strict dualism that we can never connect with it. Congratulations, fifth hypothesis. Now, we can go through the other ones as well. The worst, of course, is nihilism. To think not only is there no self, there's not even a physical world. We're all the Matrix.
I'm so unsettled. I am so unsettled.
It's very unsettling.
That was not on my bingo card.
Calm your fucking tits.
Calm your tits. It's the worst one. What's the next one? There's no self, but I'm not rejecting the physical world. All I'm saying is there's only the physical world. We're all physical stuff, billiard balls in space. All dreams are just brain chemistry. All love is just serotonin squirting. The only thing, all beauty can be reductionism, reduced to physical things or to the material world, materialism or reductionism. Okay, that's enough. Enough to say the Parmenides furnishes us with that map that we can use to make the diagnosis of the level of belief the person we're talking to is at. And the first hypothesis, our level of understanding, and if you can, as you develop an understanding and you practice this, you put together your what does the word say? What does the word say? what does the book say? Oh, you develop an ideal, and ultimately our goal is to experience the first hypothesis, or the self, or the one self, not oneness, because that's a wholeness of qualities. Eidos. One. The one self. So that would be the ideal that we could get from the first hypothesis, and also the 2 through 9 gives us the general map of the different kinds of beliefs that are deviations. Now, we did just finish reading a book by this author called Socrates and Jesus, A Dialogue in Heaven, that allowed us to recognize there was a missing term, the 10th hypothesis. In the Parmenides, a missing term. We also discovered that there may be an 11th and 12th hypothesis as well missing. But that's still a question. What could that be? And at the end of reading Socrates and Jesus, A Dialogue in Heaven, we went into the ox herding pictures, and we inferred what are the missing. So the ox herding pictures are closest thing to a wisdom tradition or a map within Eastern spirituality. Zen Buddhist ox herding pictures describing 2 states of ignorance and 8 stages of enlightenment, with the metaphor of a man catching an ox. So you recognize there are missing ones. Missing terms that no one could, that you won't be able to recognize unless you are yourself doing this game, playing this game, developing understanding. So that's where we were. We could make a diagnosis. So let me catch up. I apologize for being so slow with the chat. I wasn't quoting Socrates Persuade. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, very few people have read the Balboa translation. Almost no one knows about it. And to suggest that all of the translations we've been reading of Plato is garbage threatens everyone's belief. So yeah, it's not a wasn't a slight on you in any way. I'm saying our mode of operation is inference. Yes, that brings us to where we were in the text, remember? So in the text, we were exploring how we can use analogy to understand in Plato's Republic, Book 6, the divided line. So, well, you might say this is ontology or levels of reality mapped like the realm of being, the physical world, and so on. Book 6 of Plato's Republic, Balboa translation, of course, gives us the divided line, where he says A is to B. Oops, zoom in a little bit. As C is to D, there's our archetypal analogy. As ignorance is to belief, as understanding is to knowing. So those are the different cognitive functions given in Plato's divided line. And he says, by the way, there's your division of realms. This is the realm of being, of course, and we just went through that. This is the direct experience of knowing from which we get understanding. Therefore, true understanding, or dianoia, exists universally, eternally. Just as our ignorance is derived from the false beliefs we carry. But here's the thing, we said there is something in common. The thing about belief and understanding is they are both acting as if you know something. Believers think they know shit they don't know. Understanding, we use these axioms and everything we've been talking about today to infer things. So you're right. So you could say A is to B as B is to C, because both belief and understanding are based on assumptions, are to act as if you know something. Just as we said, you can't drive your car without acting as if this new stop sign that you've just seen for the first time of your life, as if you know it means stop your car. You don't, but you have to act that way, otherwise you'll crash your car and you'll go through the stop sign. So all of the things we've been learning in learning understanding, we act as if we know. On the other side of the coin, believers act as if they know things they don't as well. They're just unaware. And of course, this gives us the mean analogy in Plato's Symposium, which gives us steps through love and beauty to reach that peak experience of knowing. Because we get ignorance is to right opinion, as right opinion is to knowledge or enlightenment. Bringing these two together as a mean analogy. So this is a review of what we've been reading recently. So good point. Finite systems cannot verify every detail every moment. That is original. We've been talking about the true meaning of the word sin. The word sin is amatya, which means to miss the mark. It's accompanied with the ancient Greek word metanoia, which means to turn yourself around, self-reflection, so you can adjust your aim. And the third term is ephemi, which means to let go of the problems because you've adjusted your aim. Now, what we've been saying is all human problems come from believers who specifically don't understand shit and have to mistranslate or interpret in a way that can justify their belief. So if you were to be a ruler of medicine, you would have to demonstrate, wouldn't you, an understanding of the ideal of a human body, of human health. That would qualify you, and you could use that knowing of the ideal and the understanding of its parts and its skill to benefit the ignorant or the sick. How do believers gain rulership? They can't benefit, they can only do harm. They don't have knowledge. How do conservatives, religious authorities, and capitalists get money, get power? Violence. Violence. So how do they get... So there's only a small percentage of the population who are oppressing the 99.9%. How do they inflict their violence on the many? They have to market violence to the people. How do they market violence? Violence is sold as punishment. Punishment. We are not bombing the Palestinian children to death. We are punishing Hamas. We're not taking all the money away from all the social services in the state. We are punishing the slack, lazy people who just want handouts and they're not pulling themselves up. We're not murdering the non-Christians in a holy war. We are punishing the heathens. Punishment is the lie, the false belief that inflicting harm or suffering will make someone better, or unlike causes like. Or adding fire to water will make an ice cube. Doing bad will cause something good. That's the idea of punishment. Do you make a dog better by beating it? Do you make a horse into its excellence by beating it? Does a doctor inflict harm and suffering on their patient? No. So notice this is the exact opposite of... Whoops. This is the exact opposite opposite of mastership, true rulership, or art. That's why all we have to do is understand this, and we can put an end to injustice and the hellscape that we are living in 2026. So, in order to justify punishment, notice what's involved with art. What would be the art of helping a human soul? Well, what have we seen? Zoom in a bit. There has to be a seeing. Or judging. Whoops. Orange. Judging of the condition relative to the ideal or your goal. There has to be a speaking upon what you think, what you see. That is a diagnosis. There has to be an activity or an acting. That's the treatment or remedy. So you can close the gap. Whoops. In removing the illness and becoming closer to the ideal. Now, the Greek word amartia, means this: to see you've missed the mark. Put it over the other side. But notice, that's not sufficient for punishment. Amartia means miss the mark. To recognize you've got an ideal or goal and you haven't hit that ideal, there is a deviation or difference. Miss the mark. It's an archery term, by the way, amartia. Miss the mark. To turn yourself around and adjust your aim, metanoia. A activity or treatment to adjust or turn around, ousia, self-reflect, or ousia, self-reflect. As a result, you have removed the illness. Ephemi. The Greek word for that is to be free, or no longer carry your problem. Free of problem. So, if all we did was translate the Christian Bible accurately, we would be discovering a basis for actual mastership. That, of course, is the art that we saw Prometheus gives everyone. All arts have this. When you bring your engine into your mechanic, he sees where your engine is missing the mark from the ideal. He does something with his screwdrivers and his hammers, whack, 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 to metanoia, adjust the thing. And if he's successful, your engine is Ephemi, free of that problem. At no point does the mechanic genocide your children. At no point does the mechanic extract all the profit from your work. At no point does the mechanic take all your money and hoard it in a overseas banking account. At no point does the mechanic announce a crusade or holy war against all of your society. So how do we get so stupid and ignorant? Instead of missing the mark, the word amartia has been, like the mistranslation of eidos as forms, or the mistranslation of your grandma on Facebook saying Socrates is wise because he knows nothing. So I'm as smart as Socrates. Oh, I might get a degree in philosophy because I'm so stupid. That mistranslation. One of the great betrayals against humanity is mistranslating the word amartia as sin, meaning you haven't missed the mark, you are innately bad. Mistranslating the word adjusting your aim or turning around, metanoia, as repentance. To subjugate yourself in front of a stupid fucking asshole believer who's claiming rulership. I'm sorry, Mr. Priest, I did a bad mistake. I'm sorry, Mr. Policeman. I'm sorry, Mr. Trump. I'm sorry, Mr. whoever the fuck. Boss, I slept in. I needed to sleep. I'm sorry I couldn't let you extract profit from me 100% of my day. I wanted to experience life like you fuckers get to. Nope, we have to prostrate ourselves in front of these fascists, and they tell us to do something for them. Whether it be, say, 10 Hail Marys, give them all our money, allow them to take our children to Epstein Island, set up concentration camps for the brown people. That's repentance. Slavery to unjust rulership. And the word Ephemi, you guessed it, forgiveness. And then they can pat you on the head and you're still bad. You are still innately bad and you should feel bad. But I decide that I'm okay with you being bad. I forgive you. So, this is the institutionalization of violence. Violence, tyranny, prejudice to be ruled by the ignorant believers, and to create a veneration, or it's not just I that says you have to punish the people, the non-believers, the non-Jews, the non-Americans, the non-whites, the non-billionaires. It's God. It's the Bible. Punishment. This is the institutionalization of punishment needed to create a system where the 0.001% of believers, the 0.001% of the most ignorant believers rule for their benefit. Excuse my handwriting. For their benefit, harming the subjects. Once again, the KKK, capitalism, conservatism, clergy, harming the subjects, which we saw violates the principle of art, which art means the ruler only benefits the patient. The doctor never prescribes for their own benefit, violating what we've learned through the study of analogy, thankfully, violating the principle, the universally true principle, true for everyone, for all time. Any species might have a doctor or a shepherd that has to benefit whoever they're ruling. The principle of art. And we call that natural law. So, in systems ruled by belief, they have to do so by getting people to do violence, which they do by smuggling in the idea of punishment, which opposes actual rulership, mastership, and the natural law. Therefore, the book says we need an international court international court to address everyone who has violated the natural law of art, necessary for our survival. Now, when we say address it, we don't mean kill them. That's what they do. We mean understand what was the condition using this understanding. Very simple. We did it in about 20 minutes, not too hard. Along with this map. Hey, which of these 9, including the missing 10th, which of these 9 kinds of variations from the ideal did that particular person's belief fall into? That did that genocide? Or Elon Musk and Donald Trump and who's that guy who's in charge of Russell Voigt, in charge of doing their 2026, were responsible for, I think, over 5 million deaths, 2/3 of which were children, by their cuts to a government aid agency that they did with Doge, because they are fascists, Nazis, white supremacists. Religious, religion, Christo, fascists, conservatives, they're the right-wing party of America, and the trillionaires, capitalists, the CCC, the new KKK. 2/3 of which were children. That's what Some More News was reporting on this morning. A fantastic YouTube channel. So which of these kinds of false beliefs did they fall into? What were the causes, so that we can not do sin, repentance, and forgiveness, amartia, metanoia, and ephemi. We can judge their kind of condition relative to the first hypothesis or ideal, give a diagnosis, prescribe a treatment so that we can remove the illness and move closer to the ideal. Both them as individual souls, everyone's soul matters, everyone's life matters, even the worst can turn themselves around. That's the second axiom, the axiom of Achilles, all problems are inherently solvable, but also as a species. Because we fought the Nazis in World War I and II, didn't we? Who are these guys? Nazis. We still have a Nazi problem. We failed to address the cause of the problem. And you have to do both. Excellence and address the cause of the problem. Understanding and belief. Logos and pathologos. It's always two. That's it. It's just two. Moving us into our next stage of evolution. Man the Maker, where we make nuclear weapons that allow our beliefs to play themselves out with extinction of our species, into Man the Caretaker, or the age of philodianoia, the love of understanding, and the age of philosophical midwifery, the highest human art, along with dream analysis, of course. So that's our human condition. That's the natural law. That's the condition of our own individual souls and our species as a whole. That's the ideal, philodianoia, love of understanding, the Hellenic man. That's the diagnosis given from the text. Address the specific false beliefs and keywords and mistranslations as we did today. Plato's forms. Sin, forgiveness, what is it? Sin, repentance, forgiveness. The prescription. Have an international court where everyone who has claimed rulership, acting in their own benefit and not for their subjects, can be prosecuted for breaking natural law. Now, when we say prosecuted, perhaps we won't even use the word prosecuted because it's been so corrupted by this idea of punishment or retribution. The remedy would be philosophical midwifery on the individual and the conditions in society, closing the gap from our illness to our ideal, or ephemi, letting go of our old age of pathologos, ignorance and injustice. Cheers.
Crazy hot babe.
That's so funny.
It is a bit funny,
And
I
she
suppose.
spit on him also.
No, nobody's spitting on anyone, you gooner.
Goon.
So, back to the chat. I was supposed to be catching up on chat. I have some issues with the whole out-of-body experiencing. Good. You have issues with the whole out-of-body experiencing. Good. Write it down so you can diagnose yourself. What are the issues? What are the words that come up? What are the feelings that come up? What are the objects come up? Objects are metaphors. That's the analogy. What are the states of mind? They're the similes. Is there a drama that plays out? That's the allegory. How does it end? That's the dialectic, 4 terms, applied to analogy that you can use to get clues about your own condition. Level of limiting belief. You wouldn't be here if you didn't have a limiting belief. That's our job here as human beings. Absolutely, yeah, write it down. And as you grow, as you learn more, you'll learn more about it. If you stay in the game, if you have the intelligence and character to stay in the game, open-mindedness, curiosity, and wonder.
Where's the joy? Where's the
Whimsy. Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
But yeah, notice you're not taking your thought as an absolute. That would be prejudice. You don't know much about out-of-body experiences yet. So to make a rulership decision based on it would be the very problem we're talking about. So what we do is we phrase it as a question. Carry your question. Give it to people who know stuff. See if they answer it for you. If they don't, move on. To carry a question is to be on a quest. There is a difference between inference and clairvoyance. Yes, there are. Yes, there is. Everything is relative. And I am autistic. I think you're being funny. To say everything is relative, it's just my truth that I'm a dentist. Give me a hammer and let me start hammering the skulls of children. Of course not. But of course, if you do think it is, then that's fine. We are 54 episodes ahead of you. So you can read through the book, or you can go through the YouTube playlist and read with us at your leisure. It is the idea of the book, so don't believe this guy. What do I know? There is no Cartesian dualism. Right, but you might, there are different kinds of dualism that people have, like, there's a dualism that, anyway, we talked about that earlier. You got it. I take issue hype around the 2022 Nobel result laundered under simulation theory. The claim that reality is not local reality is a category error. Ask for the theorist Ferrari. And all is suddenly real then. It's out of my wheelhouse, I'm afraid. Nouns are cached verbs. Language is self-hosted. Again, take it as a question. As we read Pierre Grimes' Balboa translation of Socrates and Homer, experts of the Logos, also reading about Parmenides and Diotima, Socrates' teachers, you can compare the ideas and beliefs that you're currently carrying with what you learn of dianoia. The Logos-based understanding, that's what we read here. So yeah, so good to speak up about it. And good to carry it as a question. Notice, no, you're wrong. I've owned you. I have owned you in a debate. You are old.
Debate weirdo.
No debate weirdo stuff here. It's not about being right. It's about carrying questions as we read over time in a relationship in pursuit of truth above all. We're a very weird stream in that way. We're a very weird channel in that way. But we're also the best channel.
Why do you need 50 bananas? So many bananas.
Yes, and we also learn about bananas. And 50 is indeed so many bananas. Right, Emma?
You're gay if you don't give me everything that's in your wallet right now.
Stop saying. She's such a bully.
I'm just thinking about being hot.
Okay. Calm down. The claim that reality is not local reality is category error. Ask for the... Right, so the whole principle behind true philosophy is there is an objective knowable reality or mind itself from which we get the principles that we can all participate in. Like the idea of beauty or whole and part or same and different. Or 1 and 1 equals 2. Can you imagine 1,000 years in the future or a million years in the future, a million light years away, some alien might hold up one stick and hold up another stick. I'm running short on sticks. Pretend this flamingo is stick. Oh, 1 stick and 1 stick, 2. So that's dianoia. Everything we've been talking about is not specific. Yes, we applied it to the specifics of the mistranslation of Plato and the mistranslation of the Bible in a specific area. But everything we are talking about here is non-specific. It's universal. It will apply for always and forever. That's why it's the meaning of life. That's the kind of learning that we can take with us beyond even our lifetime. It might be the meaning of life. Who's to say? Isn't it all relative? Or if it is, can we create a dialectic to demonstrate that this kind of learning that is universal, eternal, necessary to benefit anyone wherever, would rationally be the kind of thing we're here to learn about, more than learning about how to manipulate to get enough money to buy a Bugatti or something, or a Ferrari, or 100 Ferraris like Jay Leno. The Matthew effect. I don't know that one. Propaganda and manufactured consent. Yes, absolutely. Hooray.
You are beautiful and everybody loves you.
Everybody loves you because you're right on the money. Greed, yes. Or notice, because what we are pursuing is that direct experience of reality, or mind knowing itself, and recognizing it as the ideal, recognizing it as the ideal model of understanding, using that ideal and our perfection of understanding to benefit ourselves, our loved ones, and anyone we have influence over with. That's what Socrates calls philosophy. Love of or desire for wisdom. The word wisdom or Sophia means knowing, experiencing it, and understanding together. The second and third hypothesis of Parmenides, you might say. Whereas people below the physical line are greedy for physical pleasure. Socrates calls them philosomatos, love of the physical body and physical pleasure, which breaks off into philokrimatos, love of money, and philotimos, love of fame. So yeah, but we're greedy for wisdom. But the thing about wisdom is you can't hoard it. Everyone wins if it's shared, which is the Dharma, of course. As we learn from Pierre Grimes, so too. What happened to my OBS? Uh-oh. Agreed. Oh, I'm a bit behind in the chat, but I know you're right because you agreed with me. That's how I know you're smart.
Come on, baby. Honestly, I feel really inspired.
I'm inspired by you agreeing. Oh, there's nothing worse than that. It's not me, it's the policy. I'm just a neutral, objective observer. I am merely an emissary for a far more powerful citation. Chat message hold for a reason. Smart detection. Expired. Zionists. Oh, dear Lord. Whoever that guy was. Oh, that was you. Oh, okay. So I guess we were talking about the CCC Zionists. Yes. Yes. The genociders. Yes. It was flagged for some reason. I apologize for that. How do I unflag that? Ban, timeout, warn. No, none of that. He was diagnosing the specific false belief that's a deviation from the ideal. I did diagnose myself. I have Jacksonian seizures, which is not out of body. It would be better than describing it as intra-body, like Hollywood depictions of G-Lock. Actually, I would know more than many about the so-called out-of-body experiences. Right. And of course, that's the Phaedo. Socrates goes more into describing the process of the out-of-body experience and how it's how it relates to philosophy in the Phaedo. We do have a Phaedo channel, a series on the channel. We got all the way to the last metaphor, and it was too hot for us to handle. So we had to take it was a boss too epic for us to defeat at our current level. So we've been taking these side quests to level up, and one day we will get back into the Phaedo. But yeah, the Phaedo, I think it's passage 69C has more of a description about the out-of-body experience. A lower translation, of course.
Do a poggers.
You have the most beautiful
Breasts and the juiciest ass.
When you read the Phaedo. There is an objective reality, says our chatter, but there is no neutral objective observer. We are embedded. Again, carried as a question. See what Socrates has to say about it, and Pierre Grimes, of course. See how you can compare the two. Don't throw away your ideas or puzzles or questions. Carry them. Carry a question, being on a quest. It makes the text that we read more meaningful as well when you are carrying a question and you can relate it back to the question that you're wondering about. Neuroscience's model of neurons is wrong. It's not scalar, leaky, integrate, and fire. It's dual complex. Oof. I know you must be right because that's very technical and it goes over my head. Dual complex, and there's a huge mathematical equation. How did you even type these letters? These are not English letters. What kind of a crazy keyboard do you have?
I'm not an idiot. That's what keeps you in the Matrix.
But I am not an idiot. I understand. Yes, I agree. That's not how I would phrase the equation, but yes, I think it's accurate. Yes, I'm in concurrence with the equation. The pair models oppose phase return channels, not metaphysical opposites. Yes, that's what I was going to say, actually, myself. I was thinking about saying it first. So, yes.
The woman? That's so funny.
A woman is funny sometimes. So, where are we? Right, I have to... Oh my goodness, it's almost 3 hours. We'll finish this section, and how far until we... Okay, I gotta take a bio break. This means I'm back. So the idea is, as you continue your pursuit of mastery of engineering, thank you. Everything that we learn from these texts apply it to that field. In other words, what you're learning about mastery, the ideal, diagnosis, benefiting the subjects, apply that, but also as seek to discover the inherent whole intelligibility of your system. What's the logos of your system? What are the parts? What are the elements? Is there a whole? Is there an ideal? As you learn about the logos, for there to be these intelligible systems of mechanics, calculus, geometry, music, there has to be a primary archetypal intelligible system or understanding or intelligibility that applies to all of them. That's the logos. That's what we're learning about. That's what we're learning about through analogy. So this analogy, as we saw in the text, whoops. Fuck.
Oh my fuck.
Oh my fuck. This molecular proposition, A is to B as C is to D, with its different R1, R2, R3, Rn, the different kinds of relationships that's being described. A shepherd guides, protects, rules. R1, R2, R3. Does that apply to a ruler? This form of analogy is called the molecular proposition. The molecular proposition is a symbolic representation of analogy that includes within itself the basic principles of logic, math, and analogy. So as we philodianoia, the love of understanding, we are understanding understanding. It's kind of like we're understanding something without an object, is the puzzle from earlier in our reading. So that's the logos. We apply that understanding to our most meaningful goals. The nature of the soul in our development, the nature of the mind, particularly that peak experience, and the self, or what you might think of as the first cause, or that for the sake of which, our ultimate goal. Because even in our peak experience, there has to be something experiencing it. That's what we call the self, or the one self. So as we learn here, the principles of reason itself, you can seek to find it in your specific interest. For you, calculus and engineering, I suppose. And likewise, as you discover things about your particular field, you can make a hypothesis and maybe discover something about the logos that can help you in your human art, ruling yourself and your soul most ideally for your highest benefit and purpose. One informs the other. Or that would be analogy. As the intelligibility of, so A is to B, as the intelligibility within engineering, so too C is to D. So too the logos of self and reality. So everything we're learning about in terms of understanding, but also everything we're learning about in how we use understanding artfully to benefit the subjects, the natural law. I think I understand what you're trying to say, and I think for the most part we've been saying much the same thing. The problem is translation. Nouns are cached verbs, hence the... What do you mean by nouns are cached verbs? Hence the euphemism treadmill. Oh, right. So in philosophy, we say the names we give things are based on their functioning. So in other words, we're talking about rulers. So if a president, the ruler of a country, is not ruling only for the benefit of his subjects and is not ruling from a knowledge of an ideal, he is not a president. That's not him as a noun. His functioning is a scammer or a con artist or a grifter or a fascist. You can say that you're a ruler or a president. Things are always changing, nothing's fixed. Right, so that's the physical world of becoming. That's why we call it becoming. Everything in the physical world is in a state of growing or decay, right? Everything is, I shouldn't say right. I don't like when people say right, because it assumes that they're agreeing with you. So I'm the handsomest here, right? And you know how I'm the coolest, right? Well, that means that anyway, stupid. No. That's a new one. Yes, so things are always changing in the world of becoming, right? So that's why we call the aspects of being self-ers. Because we're seeking to apprehend themselves in and of themselves. What is wholeness itself? What is beauty itself? What is justice itself? Hey, beauty and justice, that's super significant for our human activities. What's the model? That kind of thing. So find the one that works for you. In the symposium, it's the method of reaching that state of knowingness or peak experience and then going beyond by pursuing its aspect of beauty. That's love. We naturally seek beauty. So that can be something that drives you or allows you to give birth in the higher sense, just as along the way we also have to be getting rid of or giving birth to our false beliefs, yeetusing those fetuses. So whatever aspect of reality jumps out at you, like what is being, or what is truth, or what is reality, or what happens when I die, or why am I here, and why this part of history. Any of those questions could be the one that lights a fire in your soul. Equally so, as you go through this process, reflect on the process, because the goal is to turn around and function as a guide for others. How can you recognize not only their deviation from the ideal, their class of belief that limits them, but can you recognize what kind of idea they might gravitate towards or they might be interested in? Now there's one extra step. Socrates says, come in closer. Socrates says, hey, there's another aspect to my mum's art of a midwife. Don't tell anyone, because it's got a bit of a bad reputation. Some people call it being a pimp, but it's really matchmaking. Can you match up kinds of souls that could form a relationship that could give birth in a true and noble way? Is there someone of like mind or complementary insight, understanding that you could matchmake? But it's a similar principle, yeah. So, let's go through the rest of this review. If a patient is convinced that the... Have we done this? I think we're here. If the patient is convinced that a physician has the necessary knowledge to help him achieve a better position, I'm going to... Bless me. So if he has... if the patient is convinced the physician has the necessary knowledge to help him achieve a better condition and understands he should follow the treatment plan, then he follows the physician's orders. The patient then, in accepting those instructions, is ruled by the physician. Hold for a second. And he, in turn, becomes a subject. It is only because the patient believes that, notice belief, that the knowledge the physician possesses may benefit him, that he willingly undergoes the treatment plan. There is our right opinion kind of belief. For certainly, the mean term in the symposium, ignorance is the right opinion, allows you to reach knowledge. For certainly, the patient would not be willing to endure even more pain than he had been previously experiencing unless he believes that he will be benefited by the course of treatment. Indeed, it is not at all unusual for the patients of dentists to undergo more pain in the treatment than was experiencing during the illness.
Don't be disgusting.
Don't be disgusting.
You probably want to put grandma's face.
So I guess you fucking hate grandma.
Stop arguing about grandma.
Fuck.
Further, the physician must go beyond merely treating the patient because there is a need to supervise through time. The ideal artisan has to function through time. Do you think your dream maker is functioning through time? Is Pierre Grimes, in instructing your development right here and right now, functioning through time? We talked about how I'm using my millions and millions of dollars from being the not the most popular streamer on Twitch and YouTube, but definitely the coolest. I said the coolest.
I'm Benny Dorito. I'm cool. I'm a cool guy.
See? Benny Dorito is here and he's a cool guy. So that we can function through time. Find people who share the quest. Continue to learn together, grow together, explore together, develop together. Isn't it lovely?
Butt to butt.
No, not butt to butt, but you get the idea. So functioning through time. Supervise the changes the patient goes through until a full recovery is made, because it might be necessary for the physician to vary the treatment plan according to the changes the patient undergoes. It is because the physician can anticipate the possibility of, a range of changes and has learned to adjust his treatment plan that he can be said to understand the course of treatment of his patients. These judgments are simply knowledgeable anticipations of what may occur in the future. So, being malleable, I think they call it. Adapting and changing. Now, sometimes I talk about things sternly with great passion. Sometimes I am more jocular and I press buttons like this one.
Yes! Come on, dude. That's too vulgar.
Okay. And equally so as a dialectician or midwife, can you adjust your bedside manner, the way you talk to people, to meet them where they're at? Not meet them where they're at, but adjust your knowledge to meet their level of development and stage in their treatment. Yeah, you get the idea. The physician can be said to be able to see through his knowledge. And yesterday we had a rant about how it's important to tell the truth about beliefs, because beliefs can play themselves out with nuclear Armageddon. And also beliefs are not neutral, happy flowers that you put on the kitchen windowsill. We see through our beliefs, or we see through our understanding and knowledge. Those are the two options. We see, by the way, we're learning the standard of excellence: seeing, speaking, acting, and this level of mastership. Your dreams will have the majority of dreams are pathologos dreams about your problems. You'll notice deviations from this ideal that we're learning. Notice you can't solve your problems without learning about the ideal. You can't be doing philosophical midwifery to remove the problems you face without reading. You have to be reading. Logos and pathologos, understanding and belief. You need them both. The deviations for your own deviations from this ideal of mastership, so a master judges deviations from the ideal of his field. Our field is mastership. Understanding of understanding, mastership of mastership. So as you judge in your dreams, the dramas that play out in your dreams, the deviations from this mastership will reflect the other way of seeing through. In other words, you're either seeing through your true self of understanding, or you're seeing through your old beliefs that you've been carrying since childhood. They're all clues. So we see through our knowledge. The physician sees through his knowledge into the future. His knowledge provides a basis for making a diagnosis and a treatment plan. All arts have the capacity to anticipate the future, and it is because of this they are said to possess a kind of foretelling of the future, which can be called a rational prophecy. To anticipate the future through an art was first expressed by the ancient Greeks in the myth of Prometheus. For he was the god who saved the race of man from extinction. Literally, our stage of development. The CCC is racing us towards extinction. This is our time where we either learn from Prometheus or we go extinct as a race. So he saves the race by stealing the arts and fire from Zeus. Now, I wonder what we've been talking about the arts. I wonder what fire means. Does that become a question? I'm going to carry that question and see if fire comes up as we continue to read. That's carrying the question. Stealing the arts and fire from Zeus and presenting them to men as a gift. In the name of the god, we see the idea of foretelling, because Prometheus means to see ahead or have forethought. So, rational prophecy for the development of understanding and reason, and seeking the ideal to which so whatever your activity is, you're understanding the deviations, and as you address the problems and continue to learn, you are slowly building, or that'd be slowly, but you are putting together an idea of the ideal. Let's say you are a political streamer, for example. Maybe you've been in addressing the specifics or the particulars as you've been learning, you've been reflecting on, maybe you've been building an image of what the ideal society would be. That activity is awakening a kind of rational foretelling of the future, or forethought. And it may surprise you when you say something and then it happens straight after, or you can anticipate what's going to happen next, or I've heard it said before, there is an issue of being right too early. Often those who are functioning well in this way, will see before others, see into the future. Now, when functioning as a ruler, that being right too early is actually a good thing, a necessary thing. It's actually part of the art. The difficulty is when one isn't in that position and one sees before other people, and that might, ruffle some feathers or something. I prefer Sung Tzu on that one. Mortal Kombat. He's the guy who eats your soul, I think. Is that the guy? Now, let us express what we have been saying in the following way. Art of War. Oh, what does he say on this? What does Sun Tzu say about the art of war? Now let us say what we've expressed what we've been saying in the following way. Diagnosis plays a central role in every art. It is making an analysis. Know your enemy, know yourself, and you'll always be victorious. Oh. Well, that sounds very similar to, the fundamental root principle or way of being or axiom of all of philosophy. Know thyself. Know the self. What we're after. That's our goal. Know the self. That's the whole thing. Go ahead. Never corner your enemy. Build them a golden bridge to escape across. Right. Well, for us, it wouldn't be an enemy. It'd be our subject that we are seeking to benefit. But yeah. Translates. Diagnosis plays a central role in every art. It is making an analysis and understanding a crisis as a deviation from an ideal. Imagine that. Every crisis we face in our life is nothing other than a deviation from the ideal that we can use, that we're supposed to be using to make an analysis based on our art. Different way of understanding problems. Satan did it. The world is cruel and uncaring. These kinds of ways of making sense of crises. It's punishment for eating all of the cookies. So, understanding crisis as a deviation from the ideal. From that difference or deviation, a procedure, therapy, or treatment plan is devised to intervene and end the crisis by bringing the situation closer to the ideal. Those that accept the terms of the treatment plan become the subject that may benefit from the ruler's practice of that art. Make sense? Thus, the one who rules subjects through a knowledge of medicine is a physician. The one that rules subjects through a knowledge of seamanship, Emma.
Coming at you rock hard.
Oh my goodness. Is a captain. And in general, those who rule by an art do so through knowledge. There's our general principle. Notice, speaking of Mortal Kombat in Shao Tzu, I remember seeing on those arcade machines, knowledge is power. Bollocks. Knowledge is what we see and rule through according to an art to benefit our subjects in this way. The subjects, in turn, accept... Different idea, right? You can still fit it on a bumper sticker and sell it on Etsy. And give me 10% on the back end.
Yeah,
Yeah, thanks, Emma.
Off the perky, call me Kirky.
Call all of us Kirky. So knowledge, we rule through an art to do so through knowledge. The subjects in turn accept the commands of the ruler, and they do so in the belief that they will benefit by following the knowledge of the ruler. Or to express this as an analogy, which we want to do because we're quite into analogy up in here.
UFOs might be Jesus.
No, that's a bad analogy. UFOs are not Jesus. But we do like analogy as the exercise of one of the two key activities of understanding with dialectic. Diagnosis is to discovering the difference between an ideal and the subject's condition, as therapy is to a treatment plan to bring the subject closer to that ideal. There we go. Well said, Dr. Grimes. Consider again, under the course of that's the author of the book, by the way. Consider again, under the course of treatment of any art, there can be but one goal, and that is to benefit the subject of the art. The subject benefits when he is brought closer to the ideal of that art. For each art, insofar as it is an art, has a particular benefit or excellence it can bestow on subjects. Very, very fancy.
I want to peg a woman.
No, come on.
Goon.
Goon.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
That was the wrong answer. Oh no.
Oh no. So, garbage. It's just nonsense. What are we talking about? Each, yes. Particular benefit or excellent bestow. That was the funny word that sent me spiraling and playing with my soundboard. We bestow it. Doesn't that sound fancy to bestow something to your subjects? Each art has an ideal, and the practitioner of the art uses the knowledge of the art to close the gap between the condition of the subject and the ideal of the art. I am also a musician. I'm wondering how this applies to music. It would mean I would have to judge my audience. I would have to be developing an idea of the ideal of music. I would have to be learning how music can bestow an excellence or benefit. So I guess there is a certain state of mind through which you can function technically excellent with your instrument while also in a kind of open, inspired flow state. A good state of mind. Some people approach my music in a bad state of mind. So I suppose I would have to use the tools at my disposal: rhythm, harmony, lyrics, melody, but also understanding the logos, how the logos that we are learning here is expressed itself, how we see these key analogies expressed through the principles of music. That would be the goal. So bring them closer to that ideal state of mind. And the better we learn about the ideal state of mind through here, well, the better a musician I become. What does this all mean? Says Bane. Bane, you're back again, Bane. I knew you would return. I have lit a fire in your soul that will raise you above all of Gotham City. What does it all mean? Good stuff, thank you. Being the subject of an art is bad? No, it's good. You want to be. That's the thing. Very few people have the intelligence and the openness and the integrity to recognize they don't know something. All these questions we've been talking about. Why am I here? Why am I in a crisis? What do my dreams mean? What's my purpose? What are the higher stages of reality? Almost no one knows these things, but very, very few people recognize they don't know. That's a higher class of ignorance in the symposium called aporia. To be empty, to know that you don't know in a good way. Once you know you don't know, you can actively seek these kinds of experts and put yourself in their presence as a subject. Hey, you're a philosophical midwife? I've got a problem. Let's talk. You do dream analysis? I've got a dream. Let's go. I'll buy you a coffee. Now, a good dialectician will ask a few questions like, oh, really? You're familiar with your problem? Yep. Is it just a one-off problem? No, it's not a one-off problem. It's a cycle of problems. I've noticed it's a kind of pattern I'm in. Ah, you must be very familiar with that pattern then. You probably have a good idea of what the problem is and how to solve it. You're supposed to say, no, I don't know. That's why I'm here. I am the subject. I have beliefs, but it's my beliefs that have got me here. If I knew my problem, I wouldn't have a problem. You want to be the subject. You get all the benefit. The only thing you have to sacrifice is your ego. Not even your ego. You have to sacrifice your ignorance, which ironically is the cause of the problem. It's you thinking you know stuff you don't know that prevents you from finding someone who does and becoming their subject or patient or pregnant party in a dialectic. You have to let go of that feeling you know that what you don't. But our society and our families and our culture teach you, hey, these conservatives and capitalists, they don't know shit, but they have all the best things because they pretend they know what they don't. And if you make a mistake, the police will punish you. Or so your boss will punish you. So the game is to pretend you're an expert in everything. Pretend you've never made a mistake. It was a perfect call. Be like Trump. Never reflect. Never admit you don't know anything. You've never made a mistake. Because what happens in our stupid society when you make a mistake? You're a sinner. It means you're innately bad. You made a mistake? Oh, what? The Palestinians, they did Hamas. Therefore, we can murder innocent children because they did a mistake. Yes, we caught them missing the mark. Let's ignore the fact that very likely Israel orchestrated Hamas to suit their plans, like almost every illegal invasion begins with a false flag attempt. Let's ignore that. They did something bad. Now we can punish them. That's part of the tradition. So that's what we have to give up. All that bullshit. You have to be okay with not knowing, with the uncomfortability of having doubt and being puzzled. Then get your ass in front of a dialectician, master of the logos, or dream analysis expert. That's the game. And then one day, you can pass it on to someone else. Someone else will be buying you a coffee. But of course, you have to realize you don't know. Just like reading a text. Well, to me, this text really means that Jesus is in my heart. That's not in the book. To me, my problem is actually because No, you're projecting your problem. To have a problem means you don't know. That's the game. So you want to be a subject. And it absolutely blows my mind how few people are willing to be in that state of aporia, to realize they don't know. I did everything in my power to track down a dialectician and midwife. I was completely overwhelmed by the fact that how few people were doing this. Everyone would rather the safety and comfort of their ignorant beliefs. Like NPC, sheep, zombie, fucking... It's very, very weird to me. But I guess we're all different. So subject of the art is bad. No, good. You want to be the subject. Are we supposed to color the situation at all? No, good question. No, you don't color it with your own projection beliefs. It's the fact you've been coloring your reality with the projection of your beliefs or your blind spots. That's called interpretation. That's been causing your problem. Funny you should mention music. Funny.
Coming at you rock hard.
No, that's not funny.
Who the fuck are you?
Come on.
Butt to butt.
No, come on, goodness.
Gooner.
Music theory is recoverable from the same single pole suggestible that underlines physics. Yes. Yes. And what we are discovering is there a principle of intelligibility that must have caused both? Or must have caused that? Or maybe that is. That's the logos we're after. Ah, I see now. Coloring is unavoidable. The error is mistaken coloring for the movement system. It compresses. Yeah, it was my ego that prevented me from seeing this message. Yeah, I mean, we can use the word... I use the word ego, but you get what I mean. It's really a fear of admitting you don't know. And there are lots of good reasons, because we punish people for making mistakes, which is insanely unjust, but it's our loyalty to our beliefs that we think we need, and we think our beliefs allow us to control and manipulate the world and predict the world. They don't. They cause our problems. But yeah, become the subject. All you got to do is answer questions truthfully. It's easy. Oh, and you got to, do the things they tell you to do, like read, do dream analysis. The US and UK have been meddling in the modern Middle East for decades. We cry foul when they clap back. Exactly. Yes, you get it. Yes. Manufacturing a croissant, as you said before. Create the problem, manufacture the... Well, we're not bombing children. We are defeating Hamas. Defending ourselves. We're not murdering 1 million innocent Iraqi people. We are defeating terrorism. Always the same. It's always the same game. It's always create a word that implies sin. You haven't missed the mark. You are innately bad. Going back to the hypotheses of Parmenides, if the third hypothesis of Parmenides, if the self is, how does it demonstrate or function? That's providentially. So if the third hypothesis is understanding and the fourth is belief, understanding from the realm of being above this line functions providentially through the logos to help people. That's the art we're here to learn, the dialect. Now, on the side of the game, on the side of the dialectic, the self that isn't, you could consider it a opposite of that. In other words, the seventh hypothesis in the Parmenides is the belief that not a providential connection, but a war. That the Zoroastrian idea that Earth is a battleground between the forces of the devil and the forces of the saints. Therefore, paint the person you want to murder and exploit and extract wealth from as a sinner or heathen or infidel or woke or terrorist, any of these words that imply you are the bad team. And here's the thing about the devil. He doesn't want to do good. That's its nature. You can't reason with monkeys, says Frieza about the Saiyans. So, this idea of punishment is the seventh hypothesis false belief. A word that makes everyone innately bad, actually. They're not innocent Palestinian children, they're evil Hamas. And how do you defeat evil? Not with the third hypothesis, this if the self or the logos does exist. That would be the art that we are learning here, the mastership, to benefit through reason, understanding, self-reflection, dream analysis, and midwifery. You have to just kill the devil, because the devil doesn't want to learn. His nature is innately bad. Sin. Bullshit. The word is missing the mark. So this fundamental mistranslation is indicative of the seventh hypothesis, false belief about reality, that reality is a battleground between the forces of good and forces of evil, and all you can do is march as good Christian soldiers. What was the song we used to sing? Onward, Christian soldiers, marching into war. So that's what the Abrahamic religions, the Judaism, the Christianity, and the Islam, the big ones and the big three, falsely believe to justify genocide. Call them a Hamas, call them a woke, whatever. It's very simple to understand. There's only There's only 8 variations of these fundamental beliefs, 1 ideal, and 1 ruling 10th hypothesis ruling over all false beliefs. It's not like there's a million things we have to learn and remember. And it's just a dialectic. So we've already, we've got a mnemonic device. We've got a coat hanger to hang all of the beliefs on. See, that's what confuses me, because beliefs also control us. Yes. We see through our beliefs. We don't have our beliefs have us. But we are learning to understand beliefs, which means to understand the different levels of beliefs, see the structure they're in, hierarchically rank them from worst to best. By the way, that one is probably the worst, the most violent, the one that opposes understanding. Because our job is to diagnose the difference between the ideal, that would be us learning about the first hypothesis, and the illness. The ideal is the excellence or understanding of the self. There has to be an excellence that it bestows, or a benefit. That would be the dialectic and logos. So it's a state of self and a functioning. And our illness is what kind of belief differentiates us from that ideal. Manufactured croissant. Yes, that's what I said. Makes me hungry. Oh. Beliefs can be our friends or our worst enemies. Nope. That is itself a false belief. Beliefs are our enemies. Not our enemies. Beliefs are a message about something we are carrying that blocks our ideal functioning of understanding. I suppose you could say they could be your friends so long as you recognize that's the nature of belief. You're not precious. Oh, but I want my beliefs. They are your friends to the extent that you have the beliefs you have because you need them. They are a perfect representation of all that you have learned through your many reincarnations about yourself and all you have failed to learn about yourself. In other words, it may turn out, and there's only one way of finding out this for certain, that the certain false beliefs you've learned from your particular family, in your particular culture, in your particular religion, at this particular part of time, in this particular planet, in this particular galaxy, in this particular multiverse, that particular belief that's unique to you may perfectly represent exactly what you need to learn about the self that you are mistaken about and you identify with. That is limiting your ideal functioning or excellence and your ideal state, both in this lifetime and in greater reincarnations, or, as Socrates says, escaping not only the chains of your problems, but the prison of physical reincarnation. So long as you recognize that beliefs are not real, are not literal, do not allow yourself to be ruled by beliefs. That's the root cause of all human problems, prejudice. But see them as a kind of message from a friend that you reflect on analogously to discover what you are carrying that you never would suspect you are carrying about yourself and reality that you take for granted and you think of as common sense. I like to use the parable of the blind man and the elephant. We learned about parables, I think, in our last episode. The difference between parables and allegory, but let's keep reading. The blind men grab parts of the elephant, declaring the trunk a snake, the tail a rope, the ear is a fan, etc. The error is the parable smuggles themselves as the one who sees that it's an elephant. In my view, the elephant is carnivorous. Some of us have already been eaten and experienced the plumbing. I see your higher mind.
Thank you, Bane. I am glad you see my higher mind. We will rise above the flames, good sir.
I don't understand what this is about parables. The error is the parable smuggles themselves as the one who sees that is the elephant. Oh, so you've created a antecedent. You've created a analogy with particulars in a story or allegory. Each of the terms are metaphors, should be metaphors. So each of the key terms that you've used should have a specific connection to a meaningful key term. And there are certain key relationships in your story that also should have an analogy to a key relationship. Can you pull out the consequent set? Because the first thing, shepherd is the sheep, the thing that you can see easily with your physical senses, is the antecedent. Wait, is it consequent or subsequent? Fuck me, I always get this wrong. Antecedent. A-N-T-E-C. Subsequent. I always say consequent. Subsequent. So the antecedent is the story you've given. What's the consequent? Or can you phrase it as an analogy? The elephant is to what? My point is to say everyone is talking past each other. The local truth is correct, but not the full picture, ultimately because language is self-hosted. Well, this idea of Parmenides that we have on the board might challenge that idea. Because they're saying, what if there is a logos that is? What if it is? What if it exists? Not in the physical world below this line, in belief or image thinking. What if there is mind itself? Transpersonal, all the same mind. What if that's where we get our principles from? And that's the second hypothesis. And language is the inherent intelligibility of that we experience all at once in our peak experience. What we are learning to do is perfect it by understanding. We're working from the ground up. Well, Goodall's interesting. No system, Goodall's theory, no system can be self-contained and complete. Which means every system that you do, if you master a system, geometry, music, math, whatever, you recognize you are borrowing an axiom from a higher system. In other words, anything that you learn in the physical world has a trap door. Hey, we learned geometry, but we had to borrow those axioms from a higher subject. It's a good thing. Because once you've mastered a subject, you recognize you've been borrowing from a higher subject. There's your step ladder up to the higher realm. Where does philosophy fit in there? Is our question. Must there be a first cause? Or must there be a final cause? A first and final cause. What about this one? What about this on the board? Does the hypotheses of Parmenides present a complete tradition? A complete system? I don't know, but we can wonder as we get into the Parmenides, and we do. So, having fun with analogies. We are the Matrix. Well, you know what I'll say. Don't throw away these positions. Carry them. Polish them up nicely. Polish them up like a gem so you can carry them nicely in your inventory. Like in Diablo or something. And as we read and learn what masters have to say, what people with mastership, what the physicians of the soul have to say, we want to make sure that we're not vomiting our stupid beliefs onto what they're saying and getting lost in the muck. But we don't throw away our own positions, carry them, and we see if we can answer them. That's the game. Right, so where are we? We're almost finished for today. So, diagnosis is discovering a difference between the ideal and the subject's condition, as therapy is a treatment plan to bring the subject closer to the ideal. Have we read that? Yes, we have. We use knowledge to close the gap between the condition and the ideal. It's thermodynamic first turbodynamics with retarded greens functions, not billiard ball solutions. I read Polaris and stop being Christian after. I read. Right, so all of those positions, we might be able to place them within the hypotheses of Parmenides when we get back into that. On the channel, we've read the opening and we've read the first hypothesis. And then the second hypothesis is the most complex. The second hypothesis is a dialectical, purely rational, no proofs, no appealing to physical things, just pure reason used to describe being. And it was a bit heavy, so I stopped and we did something else. Yeah, you'll find Christianity on the hypotheses of Parmenides, definitely. So, would you say then that for every ideal of man, there should be a corresponding art that would bring man to that excellence or perfection? Then, if man is perfectible, there should be an art that perfects man. What is the art of mankind? What's the art of humanness? If so, what would be the name of the art of mankind? What's the art we're all here to do? Not just the Jews or the Muslims or the Mormons or the Episcopalians or the Unitarians. All of us are here to master a certain art to perfect man. What's the name of it? Or, another word for that, what's the meaning of life? Not, it's all relative, it's whatever you want it to be. No, what's the meaning? If man is perfectible, should have an art, in principle, what's its name? If there is an art of philosophy, what would be its ideal? And how would it better its subject? Let us return once again and consider a list of ratios under the basis of natural law on page 115. The captain, physician, teacher, horseman, trainer, merchant, tennis coach, druggist, and thief. Can you separate those that you would call having an art from the others? Can you identify those that exist to benefit the subject, but not the practitioner of the skill? So maybe the shopkeeper may or may not fall out. Can you identify those that exist primarily to benefit the practitioner? Ooh. I know, president.
He's just getting hornier as it keeps going on.
No, it's not horny.
Don't be disgusting.
No, don't be disgusting.
Goons of gooners.
Can you identify those that possess an ideal for the subject from which they can judge? I like that. The benefits to the subject. If the merchant can charge whatever he wants for whatever reason, worse is better of software design. Philosophy. Or do I have a censor bot? Why does it censor it? I don't want it to be censored. How do I uncensor? I don't know who censored it. I apologize. I'll see whether it's Twitch or something that censored it, or whatever you said. Was it a naughty word?
You sick fuck.
If a merchant can charge whatever he wants for whatever reason, then shouldn't the physician do the same? If the merchant breaks no laws when he raises the prices for his goods and services during time of an emergency, shouldn't a physician be allowed to charge more when his patients are in pain than when they are not? Then wouldn't the best time for a physician to set his fee for his services be when the patient is suffering the most? Should a captain of a ship be allowed to renegotiate his fees and to charge his passengers more when he finds his passengers are fearful of losing their lives during a heavy storm? What then would you say if a physician were to practice medicine as a merchant conducts his business? It is because of this idea of an art or profession that we expect practitioners to be primarily concerned with benefiting their subject instead of themselves. The art that saved humankind. What saves humankind? Those in charge benefit the subjects. What brings us to extinction? Those in charge benefit themselves. Capitalists, clergy, conservatives. Any belief-based systems. They just happen to be the ones ruling our society currently. For it is when the physician practices his art as a merchant that we charge him with malpractice, actually. And the captain we call a pirate, and not in the good Luffy sense. The bad kind of pirates. The look at me, I'm the captain now kind of pirate. Two ways to code, says our chatter. Everything is top down to create the perfect system, or bottom up, iterating fast and perfectly, locally pushing the difficulty of implementation onto the outside user. Oh. So we call it a malpractice or call him a pirate when he puts his own advantage over that of his crew and passengers. The idea of art has existed for centuries, and it is the basis of many international laws. It is called... Which text is this? Is it all relative? The title is above. There's a PDF to the text if you like. You can find the previous 54 episodes of the series on YouTube. There's a link below. And we have decided, well, some are saying it's in the top 3 books ever written, and it is an absolute must read for every human being. Some are saying handsome people are saying
they're secretly turned on by it.
Some people are getting turned on by it.
Well, we still eat bananas.
And we still eat bananas. That's also true. This idea of art, given by the god Prometheus, taken from Zeus, to save mankind from extinction, that the practitioner of an art benefits his subjects only and not himself, that's corruption or malpractice or piracy, is the basis of many international laws. It is called natural law. When people enter into their professions or arts, they must, italics, benefit the subject or be brought into court and judged as violating the law. A natural law. I see. Why is that? Don't tell me you're interrupting the flow when you're trying to read. No. Why is that? Well, my friend, you will have to tell me the answer to that question when you finish reading it. Good question. Carry it. There is a link to the PDF, or you could go back and watch it, the series on YouTube's, as we've been reading together. Oh, and everyone, you're welcome to join the Discord as well. If you join the Discord, you get a notification when we go live, and you can pop in and hang out with me. And I will say lovely things to you, like...
And she spit on him also.
No, I won't spit on you.
A massive library of spank material.
No. My soundboard is embarrassing me. Emma doesn't need a library of spank material.
Who the fuck are you? You're a little bitch-ass baby.
Who are you? You're a bitch-ass baby. I would never say that to anyone who's in the Discord. Trust me.
Oh my god. Oh, we need to protect people. And everything's a threat to the safety of people. Also blow everyone up all the time.
Hey. Everyone's a threat, and we have to protect everyone and blow everyone up. Yes, that's what the believers say, isn't it? So, when people enter into their arts, they must benefit the subject or be brought into court and be judged as violating the law, a natural law. So that's our standard for humanity if we are to avoid extinction. Otherwise, the billionaire Epstein class will continue to destroy everything for their own personal profit and sadistic pleasure at the expense of all life in our species. Now, what argument would you use to justify bringing all the arts in our list together? And on what basis would you exclude others? So, the natural law, or a natural law, that based on art. Have you heard people say, art is all relative? If you staple a banana on the wall, banana.
You were beautiful and everybody just popped a perky, now I'm Kirky.
Everyone popped a kirky. So, have you heard people say art is just anything you want it to be? Turns out that's not true. Art is this: knowledge, mastership, benefit, excellence, bestowing, all that we've seen today. Yeah. So we've come to understand what art is. And we've come to understand it's absolutely necessary for our species, for all intelligent species. So we are learning something that transcends humanity, but is also absolutely necessary for humanity. Any leaders who've claimed rulership via belief and have themselves benefited themselves instead of their subjects need to be held according to a court or international court even for breaking the law, the natural law. There we go. Which in our list are arts and which aren't? Is the question we're left. Epic stream today. Good review. Thank you for chatting, the new chatters we've had today. Be sure to follow along on Twitch, join the Discord, link to the PDF below. If you want to buy me a coffee, you are welcome to. There is a link below. Wow, we're getting popular. Like 3 different chatters today. Oh my goodness. Someone call Hassan Piker and tell him there's a new king of Twitch. There's me. Just tell him.
Just like use your brain for a second.
Tell him to use his brain for a second and realize that.
Slay the puss.
Hey! Okay, don't. Okay. Emma, you ruined. I was on a roll and Emma ruined it. Gooner.
Goon.
So, lots to think about. Remember, everything you've been learning, see if you can apply it to your dreams. If you haven't recorded last night's dreams, see what your dreams are tonight. By the way, can you see anything about what we've been doing today reflected in your dreams? If your dream is your guide, it might have something to say about today. But also, use what we've been learning as a standard to judge your functioning within the dream and your deviations from this ideal, the ideal of the ideals. Those deviations are messages through analogy, metaphor, the objects or the furniture, similes, your states of mind, allegory, the playing out of the drama. Did you reach your goal or not? The deviations from this you can use to discover a message about your current state and its difference from what we've been learning is the excellence. And if the dream maker knows about not only where you're at, but knows about that standard of excellence, does it give you something to wonder about as you go through your dream analysis? What is a dream maker up to? Is he on this list? Does he have a mastership? Does he have an art? What is this stream channel about, my bro? True philosophy. Do you what we just read was, if human beings are perfectible, if we can improve, there must be a field of knowledge which has that ideal and can function artfully to bring us out of our problems into our highest state of mind, state of being. That's what we're learning here. We're learning our true functioning, our highest functioning, how to remove our problems and reach our excellence, and guide others along the way as well. Dreaming is not dream maker. Yes, 2 questions. What's the dream? So record your dream. As soon as you wake up, hit the audio record app, hopefully on the front screen of your phone, and start talking. You might think, I can't remember anything. Talk anyway. Any objects, states of mind, words, story, drama, people, words that are said, record it. Dreams are so rich that whatever you got, you can use. You're not going to be the best at it to start off with, but the point is that you're trying. It's a relationship. It's like the doctor. It will guide you along your journey. That's the axiom 3, right? To play this game, you have to accept rulership from the greatest masters, and rulership by understanding that your excellence is reachable, your problems are solvable, your guide comes through learning to understand your dreams in dream analysis, and that you are also to reflect on the dream maker and wonder about your highest state of being. 4 axioms. It is an internal route traffic with world-facing ports, partially clutched off. REM suppresses motor. Yes, so when you're having rapid eye movement, that's when you're dreaming. So, yeah, we have about 4 or 5 a night. Model loops through unresolved packets, testing combined. Right, so you are using a physical model from computing to understand intelligence. So that would be, again, don't throw it away, understand it. But that rejects everything we've been doing. It rejects the intelligence, it rejects there being an intelligent guide, it rejects the axioms that you have to accept to play the game. But also, you are using a model down here. So you're in the 8th hypothesis, and the dream maker is functioning in the top 3. So there's a deviation. But by keeping an open mind and applying everything we've been learning about reading and understanding to your dreams, you may be able to progress through the state, the hero's journey, the soul's journey to reach your ideal. Of course, as we've been learning, no one can do it for you. You have to be open to it and accept being a subject. Any particular thinkers you think can embellish that? There are 3 thinkers that we read on this channel. The author of this book, Dr. Pierre Grimes. The Balboa translations of Platonic dialogues, because Socrates is also a master. And the Balboa translations of Homer, because those are the only 3 masters that have written stuff down. We can learn about other masters like Socrates teaches Diotima and Parmenides. But other than that, those are the people who are masters of the logos, masters of understanding, fulfilled their purpose as human beings and left us stuff to read to do it. Just like if you wanted to be an expert, BMX rider, you'd have to read a manual written by an expert BMX rider. Modern philosophy is garbage. It's a love of opinions and beliefs. Kant's opinions, Hegel's opinions. What's the ideal? I don't know. Then how can you judge whether or not Hegel or Kant is missing the mark, or how far away from the ideal they currently are? That's why we read this, to understand the ideal. And if you want, then you can read other people and say, oh, that's Kant. Got a lot of Christianity in his background. Oh, he missed the mark here, he missed the mark there. Oh, well, if he was a friend of mine, we could have had a good chat. If he ever did dream analysis with me, he could have moved even quicker. That's the game. Thanks for stopping in. Right. So, Big stream. Wow, huge. 4 hours. Oh my god, we're so wise. Do you feel wise? You seem wise. I think we're all gotten so wise because of this big stream. Once again, enjoy your dreams. Donate to the channel if you like. PDF to link. Link to the PDF below. You can also find the previous videos in the series on YouTube. Hope you're having fun. Remember, apply these techniques to your dreams. And I'll see you next time. And hold on to your questions. Carry your questions with you as we continue to grow together. Stay in the game, by the way. That's the most important thing. Predict the ups and downs as you have insights and understanding, and as you have downs as your beliefs counterattack and try and pull you out of your new way of being into the old ones that you believe you need. Expect those ups and downs. That's the rational forethought or future seeing. And stay in the game anyway. Keep the relationship going. That's the game. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you in the next one. And then I push the button, then it makes the noise. So how's everyone doing? Oh, there it is. All right, bye.